Chapter 3999. What's the matter? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. He replied, troubled by love. Only then did Yang Kai realize what was going on. He turned his head and did not see Chen Yu. Meng Hong was interested in Chen Yu. This was something he knew. Now that he heard what He said, he immediately understood that Meng Hong was like this because of Chen Yu. Yang Kai had not known Meng Hong for a long time, but he was straightforward and generous. Only when it came to matters between men and women did he seem to be somewhat introverted. As for Chen Yu, Yang Kai's impression of her was neither good nor bad. He just felt that the girl seemed to be a little ambitious, but her character was not bad. Of course, this was also because they had not had in-depth contact with each other. As for what kind of person she was, Yang Kai did not dare to jump to conclusions. After all, one may know a person's face but not his heart. Often, people who he thought were good were bad. Knowing that it was because of Chen Yu, Yang Kai laughed and said, since Brother Meng is interested, then boldly pursue her. Why are you complaining here? There is no chance. He looked like she wanted to see the world in chaos. She clicked her tongue and said, someone took away his love. As soon as this remark came out, a trace of pain flashed across Meng Hong's face. He grabbed the wine pot in his hand and gulped it down. Brother, don't drink anymore. A disciple of the Great Moon State could not stand it anymore. He reached out to grab the wine pot and said angrily, since that woman is so fickle, she is not worth brother's concern. There are many good girls out there. Brother, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this? Unfortunately, his strength was not as strong as Meng Hong's, so he failed to grab it after several attempts. After gulping down the wine, Meng Hong's eyes turned red. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai was confused. Stealing someone's love and being fickle? Something seemed to have happened while he was in seclusion to perform alchemy. He sighed softly and explained, while you were away, they got to know a person. He seems to be a small leader of Red Star, and he helped them a lot. After a while, they became familiar with each other. They thought that this guy was a righteous and warm-hearted person, but who would have thought that he had an ulterior motive? He simply took a fancy to that girl. That lady. Water flows to the bottom, and people strive for the top. With a backer in the great cosmological realm, I won't have to worry about anything in the future. Although it was only a few words, Yang Kai was able to understand what was being said. On top of that, since he was an outsider, her judgment should be relatively fair. If he was not wrong, then Chen Yu should have gone to curry favor with that person. This was human nature. Just as he had said, if one could have a good backer in the great cosmological realm, it would be convenient for them to do anything in the future, and it would also increase their sense of security. Kai Xing's influence was now enormous, occupying this star market and using it as a base to recruit disciples. Even if it was just a small leader, it was still a target for many people to curry favor with. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall that Chen Yu seemed to have tried to curry favor with him before. Others couldn't intervene in the affairs of men and women. Although Yang Kai sympathized with Meng Hong's experience, he really couldn't say much, so he could only persuade him, Brother Meng, if you can't let it go, it shouldn't be too late to catch up now. If you can let it go, then don't think too much about it. Go back and have a good rest. We'll leave here tomorrow. Meng Hong gripped the wine pot, his knuckles turning a little white. His mouth moved, but he didn't say a word. Yang Kai could see that this guy had truly fallen for Chen Yu. He probably couldn't bear to leave just like that, but staying here would only add to his worries. He gave the two disciples from Great Moon State a look, indicating that they should take Meng Hong back to rest. But before they could do anything, Meng Hong suddenly raised his head and looked at the door excitedly. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Chen Yu was standing at the door, staring at Meng Hong with a slightly awkward expression on her face as she tried to avoid his gaze. Meng Hong got up excitedly and opened his mouth, but before he could call out Junior Sister Chen, another person flashed in from the door. The person who came in was a handsome blue-robed young man with a fair complexion and a bright smile. After entering the shop, he unceremoniously put his hand on Chen Yu's slender waist and affectionately hugged her, turning his head and saying, "Come in, why are you standing here?" The awkward expression on Chen Yu's face became stronger and she twisted her body slightly. The young man seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and met Meng Hong's crimson eyes. He immediately grinned and tightened his grip on Chen Yu's waist. He didn't care whether Chen Yu was willing or not and walked over with her. He jabbed Yang Kai with her elbow and sent him a message. It's this guy, I think he's called Zhao Xingchen. When he spoke to me before, his words were quite presumptuous. He's definitely not a good thing. Yang Kai nodded imperceptibly and frowned slightly. When he heard that Meng Hong was robbed of his love, he didn't think too much about it. The matter between a man and a woman was consensual. Although he was biased towards Meng Hong, since Chen Yu didn't like Meng Hong, he couldn't help her. For a woman like Chen Yu who lacked a sense of security and was willing to rely on the strong, the only way to capture her heart was to be strong. But now, it seemed that no matter what Chen Yu was like, this Xingxing Zhao gave Yang Kai a bad impression. Since he had already won the girl's heart, he should just talk about love. Why did he come to disturb Meng Hong's thoughts and deliberately put on such an attitude, making it seem like he was here to show off? It could be seen that Zhao Xingxing Zhao had some status in this star market. After entering the shop, many cultivators in the lobby stood up and cupped their fists. Commander Zhao. Voices rose one after another. Zhao Xingxing smiled reservedly and his eyes were full of pride. He ignored the others and went straight to Yang Kai and the others' table. He looked at Meng Hong with a smile and said, "Brother Meng, you're all here." Meng Hong clenched his fists and stared at Chen Yu, but the latter didn't dare to look at him and just stood there with her head lowered. "Brother Meng!" Zhao Xingxing shouted again, his voice slightly cold. Meng Hong came back to his senses and turned his gaze. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said weakly, "Brother Zhao is here." Zhao Xingxing said, "This time I specially brought Yu here to thank Brother Meng for taking care of Yu before." Yu said that if Brother Meng hadn't protected her when she entered the great cosmological realm, she would have died. If that was the case, then this Zhao and Yu wouldn't have known each other. He called her Yu affectionately, but Meng Hong's face was getting uglier and uglier. Zhao Xingxing acted as if he didn't see it and gently pushed Chen Yu. "Yu didn't you say you wanted to thank Brother Meng personally? Brother Meng is right here." Chen Yu was pushed forward a step and lowered her head in silence. Meng Hong stared at her, his dry mouth opening and closing several times, but he didn't say a word. The two disciples from Great Moon State sat next to him and looked at Chen Yu with fire in their eyes. It seemed that they couldn't wait to cut Chen Yu into pieces. Zhao Xingxing's eyes flashed and he just looked at them with a smile, as if he was an outsider. "Brother Meng." After a long while, Chen Yu called out softly. Meng Hong hurriedly answered, "Junior sister Chen." Chen Yu looked up at him and said, "Thank you, brother, for taking care of me during this time. Yu will remember it and be very grateful." Meng Hong said, "It's my duty. You and I have known each other for so many years, but I haven't had the chance to do anything for you. It's just that in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you anymore. Junior sister, you have to take good care of yourself." Meng Hong's body trembled slightly when he said this. Chen Yu nodded gently, looking quite obedient. Zhao Xingxing smiled and said, "Brother Meng, don't worry. As long as I, Zhao Xingxing, am here, Yu will not be wronged. I found a place for her to live in the city. She won't be in any danger if she lives there." Meng Hong forced a smile and said, "Then I can rest assured." Zhao Xingxing said again, "Brother Meng, do you want to work under this Zhao? Red Star is now expanding and is short on manpower. If Brother Meng can come, I dare not say anything else, but within 3 years, you will definitely be a captain." As soon as this remark came out, many cultivators in the lobby looked over enviously. Red Star was now in the limelight and many people wanted to join, but not everyone had this opportunity. Now, with Xingxing's guarantee, Meng Hong could become a captain within 3 years. Many people were tempted and secretly envied Meng Hong. They didn't know what kind of luck he had to be so valued by Commander Zhao. "We don't need your hypocrisy." A disciple of Great Moon Prefecture couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Meng Hong was their brother. Seeing the woman their brother liked being snatched away, the person who snatched her away deliberately brought that fickle woman over to show off. Now, he even wanted Meng Hong to work under him. This was clearly intentional or unintentional humiliation of Meng Hong. How could they tolerate it? As soon as this remark came out, the smile on Zhao Xingxing's face instantly turned cold. He turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. What did you say? The disciple of Great Moon Prefecture couldn't help but turn pale. He was just angry just now and didn't think too much. Now that he reacted, he was naturally a little scared. No matter how bad Zhao Xingxing's character was, no matter how much they hated Chen Xingxing for hurting Meng Hong, Zhao Xingxing was still a member of Red Star. Moreover, he was a commander-level character. How could they offend him? Therefore, under Zhao Xingxing's questioning, the disciple didn't dare to speak. Meng Hong was also shocked. Although Zhao Xingxing was standing here and calling him brother, in fact, their relationship wasn't that good. Now that his junior brother spoke without thinking, he could only apologize. Brother Zhao, please calm down. This bastard drank too much and spoke nonsense. Brother Zhao, please don't take it to heart. Zhao Xingxing sneered. Brother Meng, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. Some words can cause death. Seeing that he didn't want to let it go, Meng Hong hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Brother Zhao, please don't be angry. This Meng didn't teach him well. I will teach him a lesson later and let him know what he can and can't say. Chapter 4000. Zhao Stars leisurely stared at the disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture, making his scalp tingle. After a while, Zhao Stars coldly snorted and said, Since Brother Meng has said so, this Zhao will give Brother Meng some face and let it go this time. If there is a next time, I will not let it go so easily. Meng Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Thank you, Brother Zhao, Master, for your magnanimity. Zhao Stars didn't comment and turned to look at Chen Yu and said, It's fate that you all know each other. Since you are here today, let's toast Brother Meng and the others. Okay. Chen Yu obeyed Zhao Stars' orders and came forward to pour a glass of wine. Seeing her like this, Meng Hong's expression became more and more painful. His face was pale, and he secretly hated himself for not being strong enough to provide Chen Yu with a safe shelter. He could only watch his beloved woman throw herself into the arms of others. It really felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Chen Yu raised her cup, and her beautiful eyes stared at Meng Hong as she said, Senior brothers, I toast to all of you. If there's anything you need help with in the future, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely not refuse if it's within my ability. Zhao Stars also nodded and said, Yes, here, I, Zhao Stars, still have some face. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to me. The three people of the Great Moon Prefecture all raised their glasses helplessly and drank it. Zhao Stars' eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and he said with a somewhat unhappy expression, Friend, are you not going to give me face? After entering the door, he didn't notice Yang Kai, but now that Chen Yu obeyed his order to toast and Yang Kai was sitting still, he was particularly conspicuous. Naturally, he noticed it. As for Yu He, who also didn't raise her glass, he didn't want to provoke her. After all, she was a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Kai Xing had always intended to invite Yu He to join them and generously offered her the position of commander. Unfortunately, Yu He hadn't given a clear answer. Am I very familiar with you? Yang Kai looked up at him and said lightly, How much is your face worth? Yang Kai had been sitting here and watching coldly. He had seen everything. Originally, if people didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother to intervene. Who knew that Zhao Stars would take the initiative to provoke him? Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be too polite to him. Although it was the first time they met and they weren't close friends, Zhao Stars gave him a very bad feeling. Yang Kai was too lazy to treat this kind of person nicely. Zhao Xingxing's face immediately darkened. Friend, you're crazy enough. How should I address you? You don't look familiar. Meng Hong did not expect that Yang Kai would do such a thing. He quickly smoothed things over and said, Brother Zhao, this is Brother Yang Kai. You are Yang Kai? Stars Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai looked at him lightly. Do you know me? Zhao Stars grinned and cupped his fists. So it's Brother Yang. Pardon my rudeness. I've heard you mention you many times before. This time, this Zhao intended to pay a visit to Brother Yang, but I never expected to meet you here. It seems we are really fated to meet. His attitude was extremely warm, and as he spoke, he actually pulled out a chair and sat down. Meng Hong and the others were confused and looked at Chen Yu suspiciously. They didn't know what she had said to Zhao Stars, but this Zhao guy's attitude towards Yang Kai was actually so warm. Yang Kai also glanced at Chen Yu thoughtfully. The latter couldn't help blushing and averting her gaze. After they sat down, Zhao Stars waved his hand and set up a layer of restrictions in the surroundings, isolating them from the outside world. Based on this display of strength, his strength could be considered to be extraordinary, and it seemed to be slightly stronger than Meng Hong and the others. Only then did she come over and say with a glowing face, "Brother Yang, I heard you say that Brother Yang possesses the ability to control beasts. You've gathered a crimson WM and an earth dragon under your command. I wonder if it's true." Meng Hong's face couldn't help but sink when he heard this, and he turned around to look at Chen Yu with a faintly slightly blaming expression. Even though Chen Yu wanted to climb up the social ladder and throw herself into Zhao Stars' arms, Meng Hong only hated himself for not having the ability to make her stay. But revealing this information about Yang Kai shouldn't have been done. Most of the time, this information was related to life, death, and benefits. Not to mention that Chen Yu had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace in the past, and it was Yang Kai who brought her all the way here. It was fine if she didn't know how to repay her kindness, but now she revealed such important information to an outsider. Wasn't this equivalent to being a traitor? Chen Yu could be considered to have gotten to know Yang Kai through him, so he felt rather ashamed when he saw this. So what if it's true? So what if it's false? Yang Kai glanced at Chen Yu with a mocking expression, yet he saw her constantly lowering her head with an embarrassed and uneasy expression. Presumably, she knew that what she did was slightly wrong, and she had no face to see others. Zhao Stars chuckled. "Since you said this, then it ought to be true. Brother Yang is extraordinary, and his ability to control beasts has attained perfection. I admire you. Come, let this Zhao offer you a toast." As he spoke, he raised his wine cup and raised it. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, not even sparing him a glance. The muscles on Zhao Stars' face twitched slightly, but he chuckled, not taking it to heart. He put down his wine cup and continued, "It's like this, Brother Yang. This Zhao has an older sister who heard about this matter and is interested in one of Brother Yang's strange beasts. She wants to raise one, but I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to part with it. The price can be discussed, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied." "Your older sister wants to raise one?" Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. "Which one does she want to raise?" "My older sister is more interested in the Scarlet Dragon, but forget about the Earth Dragon. Brother Yang, you also know that the Earth Dragon's appearance isn't very likable, hey?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's true." Zhao Stars said, "Brother Yang, you name a price. This Zhao will buy it no matter how much it is. Let's just treat it as making friends. In the future, if Brother Yang needs any help, just ask. This Zhao will definitely not refuse." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but whether it's the Scarlet Dragon or the Earth Dragon, I'm not selling them." Zhao Stars became anxious when he heard this. He raised his hand and said, "Brother Yang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Why don't you listen to this Zhao's price first before making a decision?" Yang Kai still shook his head. "Not selling means not selling. No matter how much you name, I won't sell." "You're really not selling?" Zhao Stars narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai stared at him. "I don't want to say the same thing a third time." 4 pairs of eyes met. Zhao Stars' eyes were cold, Yang Kai's face was indifferent, and Meng Hong and the others were nervous. Only Yu He sat beside Yang Kai with a smile on her face. She looked at him from the side without blinking, as if she couldn't get enough of looking at him. After a while, Zhao Stars laughed. "All right, since Brother Yang has said so, then this Zhao won't steal what you love." Changing the topic, he said, "Let's not talk about the 2 strange beasts. Let's talk about the dragon blood pills." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "You know quite a lot." Needless to say, it was Chen Yu who revealed the existence of the dragon blood pills. Before this, Yang Kai had refined a lot of dragon blood pills, and in addition to giving some to Little Black and Little Red, Meng Hong and the others had also obtained a few. After diluting this thing, it had the effect of strengthening the body of a cultivator, so it was very useful to anyone. Since Zhao Stars knew about the existence of the dragon blood pills, how could he not care? Ignoring the ridicule in Yang Kai's words, Zhao Stars' expression became solemn as he said, Kaixing wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang. Price is not a problem, we'll take as many as you have. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly became Kaixing's representative. In other words, he was representing Kaixing to negotiate with Yang Kai, using his influence to pressure him. Kaixing wants to buy my dragon blood pills? Yang Kai laughed. Zhao Stars nodded. Yes. Not for sale. Yang Kai decisively refused. After so many years, it was not easy to come across a batch of dragon blood flowers that surpassed the best quality, and it took him 4 months to refine the dragon blood pills. This was the perfect time to improve his bloodline, so how could he sell them? He felt that they were not enough for him. Zhao Stars seemed to have expected this and just smiled faintly when he heard this. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip before calmly saying, Brother Yang, I heard that you have been in seclusion recently, so you may not know much about the situation outside. Now, this entire Star City is my Kaixing's territory. Once you enter Star City, you will be under my Kaixing's jurisdiction. Those who do not obey will not live for long here. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said calmly, Are you threatening me? I'm just helping Brother Yang to analyze the situation. Zhao Stars put down his wine cup. Now, my Kaixing has 7 masters, all of whom are at the 3rd grade or above opening the heavens, with 3,000 subordinates. To be blunt, there are very few in the Great Void Realm who can compare to Kaixing. Brother Yang has been cultivating all this time, and it is not easy for him to have today's achievements, so he must know what it means to judge the situation and size up the situation. Kaixing just wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang, so why is Brother Yang so unreasonable and unapproachable? Saying so, a smile bloomed on his face. Moreover, since Brother Yang can refine dragon blood pills, you must also have some attainments in the alchemy Dao. What my Kaixing lacks is a talent like Brother Yang. This Zhao is willing to be a referrer. As long as Brother Yang is willing, it is not a problem for him to come to my Kaixing as an honored alchemist. In the future, we will all be one family. Brother Yang, what do you think? With this last sentence, Zhao Xing stared at him with a burning gaze. Yang Kai said, Not selling means not selling, no matter what you say, it is useless. Zhao Xing's expression turned cold. Brother Yang, won't you consider it carefully? I am afraid Brother Yang will regret it. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. If you dare to be long-winded again, I will make you regret sitting down. Zhao Xing's expression sank as he slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Yang Kai with murderous intent. After a while, he turned to Yu He and said, Miss Yu He, why don't you persuade him? Yu He had a love-struck expression as she faintly said, Whatever young master says, I will listen to young master. Good. Zhao Xing was so angry that he laughed. Very good. Stretching out his hand, he clapped and shouted, Men! More than a dozen people rushed in from outside, each of them exuding a powerful aura as they stood behind Zhao Xing. Zhao Xingchen pointed to the front. This commander suspects that these people are spies planted here by other forces. Take them all down. Chapter 4001. As soon as these words came out, Meng Hong and the others were shocked. They never thought that things would develop to this point. Chen Yu was also shocked and her face turned pale. She stepped forward and said, Brother Zhao, this is a misunderstanding. Saying so, she tried to pull Zhao Xingxing away. Zhao Xingxing's body shook and he impatiently shouted, Get out of my way. His strength overflowed and he directly pushed Chen Yu to the side, almost causing her to fall to the ground. Junior sister Chen, Meng Hong quickly stepped forward to support her, but Chen Yu stealthily avoided him. Seeing this, Meng Hong couldn't help but look gloomy. Zhao Xingxing turned his head and glanced at her before coldly snorting and turning to look at Yang Kai. Brother Yang, this commander saw that you were a talented person and wanted to recruit you, but unfortunately, Brother Yang did not appreciate it. In that case, I would like to invite Brother Yang to my Kaixing dungeon for a chat. Waving his hand, he shouted, Arrest them all, if they dare resist, kill them all. As soon as these words fell, The dozen people rushed forward and reached out to grab Yang Kai, Meng Hong, and the others. The three Great Moon Province disciples were suddenly at a loss and didn't know what to do. They wanted to resist, but this was Kaixing's territory after all, so if they couldn't clean up the mess, they wouldn't be able to eat anything good. On the contrary, the people who rushed towards Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and were all sent flying, smashing the tables and chairs in the lobby. Zhao Xingxing was shocked. You dare fight back? In recent months, Kaixing's momentum had soared rapidly. In this star market, the Kaixing cultivator ran amok and no one dared to provoke him, so he never expected that someone would actually attack his people in public, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Yang Kai sneered, "You dare to attack me, why wouldn't I dare to fight back? Come at me." He reached out to grab Zhao Xingxing, and with a sudden suction force, Zhao Xingxing involuntarily threw himself in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck with one hand and pressed him down on the table. The scorching power in the center of his palm was concealed, and he looked down coldly at him. "You dare to be impudent in front of me with just this little ability?" Zhao Stars flew into a rage out of humiliation. "You're dead, you're dead. Do you know who I am? I'm Stars Zhao, and the Red Star 5th manager is my brother-in-law. Brat, you better let me go quickly, or else you'll be in trouble." As he shouted, he struggled with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to get up. The large hand around his neck was like an iron hoop, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to exert any strength. Zhao Stars was astonished. He was also from the Emperor realm and had condensed a few types of heaven-splitting powers. He had never thought that at the level of the Emperor realm, he would be suppressed to the point where he couldn't retaliate at all. With their commander being captured so easily, those Red Star cultivator didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and froze on the spot. Zhao Stars slammed the table and shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack." Everyone was helpless and could only rush up. However, in fear of harming the innocent, they couldn't even get within 30 feet of Yang Kai before they were all blasted away and fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Meng Hong and the others were stunned. Chen Yu's mouth was slightly agape, and she had an anxious look on her face. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful and had personally seen Yang Kai sweeping through the 100 people from Di Tian, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so gutsy and actually dare to make a move here. However, it had already happened, and it was already too late for her to stop it. She could only be anxious and didn't know where to start even if she wanted to persuade him. "I advise you to quickly let me go, kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." Although Zhao Stars was in a miserable state, his mouth was still unyielding. With his status as a Red Star Junior Commander, he believed that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. "You like to kneel down, kowtow, and apologize?" Yang Kai sneered. He suddenly raised his hand and kicked out, "Then you can kneel here properly." With a crisp crack, Zhao Stars' face suddenly paled. Immediately after, he let out an earth-shattering cry and directly knelt on the spot. Many of the cultivator in the lobby paled. How would they dare to stay here? They all paid for their drinks and ran out. Some people looked at Yang Kai with pity before they left. They shook their heads and sighed, feeling that Yang Kai would regret it sooner or later. There was even a middle-aged man who advised him earnestly, "Young man, quickly leave before things get out of hand. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. After all, this is Red Star's territory." Yang Kai grinned at him. When the middle-aged man saw Yang Kai's attitude, he couldn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, all the guests in the lobby ran away, leaving the shopkeeper with an ashen face and trembling. Red Star Junior Commander was beaten up in his inn. No matter what, he couldn't escape the responsibility. This inn could forget about continuing to operate. After being kicked to the ground by Yang Kai, Zhao Stars wailed for a while. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Today's shame, this junior commander will remember it. I will repay you 100 times, 1,000 times. I'll sit here and wait." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yu Hua's infatuation became even stronger. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light as she stared at Yang Kai's side profile. Zhao Stars turned his head again and glared at Chen Yu, who was standing in a daze. You bitch, you only know how to watch the show. Don't you know how to save me? Chen Yu's face turned pale. She pursed her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. Brother Yang. Yang Kai chuckled. Miss Chen must be joking. You and I have only met by chance. I don't deserve you calling me brother. There is no need to mention the word brother in the future. Chen Yu's face turned even paler when she heard this. She knew that Yang Kai wanted to draw a line between them. She couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. But then again, she and Yang Kai had nothing to do with each other. They only knew each other because of Meng Hong. Unable to beg Yang Kai, she could only turn her head and look at Meng Hong. Meng Hong clenched his fists and lowered his eyes, not saying a word. Seeing this, Chen Yu sighed in her heart. How could she have the face to say anything? You can't help at all. What use do I have for a bitch like you? Zhao Stars said angrily. Yang Kai glanced at Chen Yu coldly. Your taste in men is really not very good. These words made Chen Yu tremble and bury her head in her chest. Yang Kai threw out another slap, directly slapping several of Zhao Star's teeth away. Half of his face was swollen. Looking at him coldly, he said, Dare to be long-winded again and I'll take your dog life immediately. Zhao Star's eyes were wide and crimson, clearly unconvinced. But now that the situation was stronger than him, he could only swallow his broken teeth and swallow it. The hall was silent for a while. Only the sound of Yang Kai drinking by himself could be heard. Yuhi looked at this, looked at that, and transmitted her voice with a grin. How are we going to clean this up now? The likes of Stars Zhao did not enter her eyes at all. Not to mention Stars Zhao, even that whatever fifth head behind him, Yuhi might not even look him in the eye. But this was the great cosmological realm after all, and this was Kai Xing's territory. Yang Kai had made such a ruckus, so it would not be easy to deal with it. I can understand that you are standing up for your friend, but this matter is a bit too big. Yuhi continued to transmit her voice. If we want to leave, we have to leave now. Otherwise, if the news spreads, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Yang Kai heard this and replied, Do you think I am standing up for Meng Hong? Isn't it? Yuhi asked back. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, It can be considered a part of it, but the most important thing is that they have their eyes on my treasure. Since they are unwilling to give it to me, I can only establish my power and let them know that my things are not something that anyone can covet. Saying so, he smiled proudly. If I want to leave, how can trash like Kai Xing stop me? Under the urging of the space law, unless Kai Xing set up a shocking array in advance to isolate the world, Yang Kai could come and go as he please. You're amazing, okay? Yuhi glared at him. Scarlet Star Junior Commander Zhao Xingchen was beaten and forced to kneel on the ground. This news quickly spread throughout the Star City. Many people didn't dare to believe it. After all, who in the Star City would dare to make a move against the people of Scarlet Star? However, the people who passed on the news said with certainty that they had seen it with their own eyes. Zhao Xingchen was still kneeling in an inn. Some people who did not believe it secretly came to take a look, and after a glance, they found it to be the case. They all felt that it was a little unbelievable, and even the one who had beaten him up was a celestial being. In the northwest corner of Star City, in the back garden of a mansion, there was a small bridge over flowing water, a rockery, and strange rocks. Beside a pond, a fat man was holding fish food in his hand and gently splashing it, causing the koi in the pond to compete for food. Suddenly, an earth-shattering cry came from a corner of the courtyard, and the fat man's hand trembled when he heard it, a look of headache appearing on his face. The cry quickly approached, and it turned out to be a well-endowed woman wearing jewelry. It was unknown what she had encountered, but at this moment, she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, making people feel pity for her. Arriving in front of the fat man, the woman knelt down with a thud and said in a heart-wrenching voice, Master, you have to uphold justice for me. The fat man turned his head and looked at her speechlessly, then he sprinkled the fish food in his hand and bent down to support the woman. If you have something to say, get up and talk. Why are you crying? The woman did not get up and wailed, If master does not agree to uphold justice for me, this concubine will not get up. The fat man reached out and rubbed his forehead. Did your little brother cause some trouble again? Didn't you give him the position of junior commander last time? What is he doing this time? The woman raised her head and said in a tear-stained voice, Master, how do you know it's about Xing? Did you hear something? The fat man said in annoyance, apart from your useless little brother, what else can you come to me for? Tell me, what kind of trouble did he cause this time? The woman refused to comply. Master, you've wronged the Xing. This time, it's not him who caused trouble, it's someone who provoked him. The subordinates who went out with him came back and said that he was beaten up. The fat man coldly snorted, with his character, he'll be beaten up sooner or later. I've already told you to restrain him a little and not cause trouble everywhere. The woman cried, it's not the Xing who caused trouble, but the subordinates said that young Kai was bullying the weak. Not only did he beat the Xing, he also forced him to kneel there. The Xing's legs were broken, his face was swollen, and many of his teeth fell out. As she spoke, sorrow welled up in her heart and she wailed incessantly. Chapter 4002. The stars were forced to kneel there. A sinister look flashed across Fatty's face when he heard this. If they were just beaten up, it was only because their skills were inferior, but being forced to kneel there was a complete humiliation. No matter what, Zhao Stars was still a small commander of Crimson Star and one of his people. Being treated like this, wasn't it a slap to his face? As the fifth master of Crimson Star, how could he endure this? Seeing this, the woman hurriedly recounted what she had heard, adding fuel to the fire. Fatty snorted coldly, you stay here, I'll go and see who is so bold. Saying so, he walked out with his hands behind his back. The woman shouted from behind, Master, you must bring the stars back. If anything happens to the stars, I don't want to live anymore. I know. Fatty waved his hand impatiently. After gathering his subordinates, Fatty left the manor and headed straight for the inn. In less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. When he came to the door and looked inside, he saw his brother-in-law, Zhao Stars, with a bruised face and a swollen nose. Sure enough, he was kneeling there with 3 men and 1 woman standing to the side. There was also a man and a woman sitting on a chair. The young man sitting on the chair was calmly pouring wine for himself. The others were fine, but when he saw the woman sitting there, Fatty couldn't help but frown. Yuhi had been in and out of this star market many times before. As a 5th-grade heaven splitter, she was naturally not an unknown person. Even if the higher-ups of Crimson Star had never dealt with her, they all knew her. If it were in the outside world, Fatty would not dare to provoke a 5th-grade heaven splitter at will. After all, he was only a 4th-grade heaven splitter. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between them, their real combat strength was worlds apart. However, this was the great cosmological realm after all. The fog of the great cosmological realm sealed the universe. No matter what grade the heaven splitter was, in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, their strength would be greatly reduced. When Fatty walked in, the entire inn shook along with his footsteps. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a rolling meatball at the door. With every step, the floor trembled, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In his entire life, he had never seen such a fat Fatty. This person's height and width were almost the same. At first glance, he really looked like a rolling meatball. The facial features on his face were blurry because of the fat that was squeezed together. Who is this guy? Yang Kai looked surprised. Yuhi knew that he had been in seclusion to refine elixirs and knew nothing about the situation outside. She immediately whispered to him, this is the Crimson Star's 5th head, Chen Tianfei. He seems to have cultivated a special cultivation technique. People call him Chen Tianfei. Zhao Stars, who was kneeling on the ground, also saw Chen Tianfei. He was overjoyed and shouted, brother-in-law, save me. As he spoke, he struggled to get up. Did I let you get up? Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his finger, sending out a stream of energy. Zhao Xing screamed and fell to his knees again, blood flowing out of his thigh. This time, he couldn't get up. Chen Tianfei's footsteps did not stop. The fat on his face trembled slightly, and a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. Soon, Chen Tianfei arrived in front of the table and stood there like a mountain of flesh, blocking all the light and giving off a silent pressure. This was the first time Meng Hong and the others had seen such a character, so they were surprised. At the same time, they were secretly worried for Yang Kai. Brother-in-law. Zhao Xingchen looked up miserably with a pleading look on his face. His face was full of humiliation. Waste. Chen Tianfei coldly snorted and waved his hand, taking out a chair from his space ring and placing it behind him. He then sat down. His chair was obviously custom-made. It was wide and sturdy, otherwise, an ordinary chair would not be able to bear his size. After sitting down, Chen Tianfei leaned back in his chair and squinted at Yu He. Young lady Yu He, it's been a long time. Master Chen. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. Chen Tianfei said, young lady Yu He, aren't you going a bit too far this time? If my little brother-in-law really did something wrong, you can just beat him up and scold him. At worst, you can just kill him. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to have him kneel here? Yu He blinked her big eyes and smiled. Master Chen, you found the wrong person. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was my young master who did it. If you want to say something, you might as well say it to my young master. Young master? Chen Tianfei was stunned and turned to look at Yang Kai. When he saw Yu He here, he assumed that she was the one in charge here, but who knew that a young master would suddenly appear? At a glance, this young man didn't seem special. He really didn't know what kind of ability he had to make a 5th-grade heaven splitter call him young master. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Tianfei asked, little brother, how should I address you? Yang Kai grinned at him and introduced himself. Yang Kai. Chen Tianfei nodded slightly. So you are that Yang Kai. His concubine had been making a lot of noise before, saying that some Yang Kai had hit his little brother-in-law, but now he knew that the one who hit him was right in front of him. Little brother Yang, do you have something to say to this king? Chen Tianfei asked. Yang Kai glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The fat on Chen Tianfei's face trembled, seemingly smiling. You hurt someone but didn't run, instead deliberately sitting here and waiting for this king. Don't you have something to say to this king? His tone became cold. Or does little brother not put my crimson star in his eyes, thinking that you can come and go as you please in Star Market? If that's what you think, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Master Chen is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. His expression became solemn as he said, I want to join Crimson Star. Yu He turned her head and glanced at him when she heard this. Yang Kai had not mentioned this to her, and even Meng Hong and the others were surprised. Chen Tianfei heard this and chuckled. Join Crimson Star? You hurt my Crimson Star's people and still haven't given this king a satisfactory explanation, and now you want to join Crimson Star? In little brother's eyes, what is Crimson Star? If Master Chen wants an explanation, I'll give you one, Yang Kai said as he raised his hand and gently pressed it towards Chen Tianfei. Chen Tianfei's face froze, and he also raised a big fat palm to meet it. The two palms met silently, as if they had just touched each other lightly. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and picked up the wine glass on the table to play with it. Chen Tianfei's fat body suddenly shook, and his fat rippled. The chair he was sitting on suddenly shattered into pieces, filling the air with debris. Looking around, Chen Tianfei's face had become extremely red, as if he had been cooked, and steam was rising from the top of his head. With a roar, Chen Tianfei stomped his feet on the ground, and the floor of the inn instantly collapsed. At the same time, a surge of heat poured out from Chen Tianfei's pores, and a large amount of sweat poured out. In an instant, Chen Tianfei looked as if he had just been fished out of water. He was drenched from head to toe. Not only that, his round, fat body seemed to have shrunk, and his close-fitting clothes became loose. Looking at Yang Kai with a look of horror, the fat on Chen Tianfei's face twitched. Does Master Chen think this explanation is enough? Yang Kai asked without raising his head. Chen Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, then turned his head and glanced at Zhao Xingxing who had been kneeling there, and nodded under his desperate gaze. It's enough. Brother-in-law. Zhao Xingxing's face turned ashen in an instant. He had been counting on his brother-in-law to come and avenge him, but who knew that the situation would develop like this? Now that he had shouted enough, how could he take revenge? The shame of today would not be washed away for the rest of his life. Shut up. Chen Tianfei snorted coldly, raised his hand, took out a chair from his space ring, and placed it under his buttocks, then looked at Yu-He and said, "Miss Yu-He, your young master's future is limitless." Yu-He smiled triumphantly. "Do I need you to tell me that?" Chen Tianfei turned his head to look at young Kai. "Little brother Yang stayed here to wait for me because you want to join Crimson Star?" "Yes." Chen Tianfei said. "Can I ask why?" "With little brother Yang's ability, you must have great achievements in the great cosmological realm, so why did you choose my Crimson Star?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "I just happened to be here at the right time, there's nothing special about it. As for why I want to join, I want to find something. Crimson Star has many people, so it's easy to find." Now that he had condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth, and the power of earth was found in the great cosmological realm, he naturally wanted to find more power. Crimson Star had many people and was well informed. "That's all?" Chen Tianfei was still in disbelief. "That's all." Chen Tianfei looked at him seriously, and after a while, nodded. "I understand what little brother Yang means. Crimson Star also welcomes talents like you very much. This king will make the decision to accept you into Crimson Star. As for your position, how about you be the same as Stars, a junior commander?" Zhao Xingxing was dumbfounded. The person who had beaten him and forced him to kneel was not only accepted into Crimson Star by his brother-in-law, but was also given the position of a junior commander, on equal footing with him? How could he take revenge like this? Junior commander? Yang Kai looked at Chen Tianfei with a faint smile. Chen Tianfei asked curiously, "Are you not satisfied? Although little brother Yang's strength is good, you have just joined Crimson Star after all and have not made any contributions. A junior commander position is already the limit of this king's promotion. It is impossible for this king to promote you above senior commander." Suddenly changing the topic, he said, "If Miss Yu-He is willing to join Crimson Star, the position of senior commander will be vacant." Yu-He chuckled and declined to comment. Among the several masters of Crimson Star, the strongest was only on par with her, a 5th stage heaven opening master. She was also a 5th stage heaven opening master, so how could she accept the position of senior commander and listen to someone else's orders? There is no need for a junior commander, and I am not interested in a senior commander. Chen Tianfei was stunned. What does little brother Yang mean? Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. "I want to be a master of Crimson Star." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Even Yu-He looked at him blankly, wondering if she had heard wrong. Chapter 4003. You want to be the head of Crimson Star? Chen Tianfei looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Like Yu-He, he also wondered if he had heard wrongly. Originally, promoting Yang Kai to a junior commander was already very generous, but who would have thought that he would be so greedy as to ask for the position of head? Chen Tianfei had never seen such an arrogant person and could not help but feel a little angry. "Head Chen, do you think I am not qualified?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Chen Tianfei said solemnly, "My Crimson Star's 7 heads are all at the heaven opening realm. Although little brother Yang is strong, you should not have reached the heaven opening realm yet, right? If your realm is not enough, even if you sit in that position, how will you convince the others?" Yang Kai shook his finger and said, "There is no heaven opening realm in the great cosmological abyss. It is meaningless for head Chen to talk about realms with me." Chen Tianfei said solemnly, "That may be the case, but since ancient times, my Crimson Star has never had a head who has not reached the heaven opening realm. There are always exceptions to everything, aren't there?" Chen Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, and the aura on his body became ethereal. After a while, he laughed loudly. "Little brother Yang is so ambitious. This king has learned something today. It is not impossible for you to be the head of Crimson Star, but Crimson Star has its own rules. Now that Crimson Star has 7 heads, if you want to arrange another position, you will need the approval of more than 4. Then I will have to trouble head Chen to take me to see the other heads." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chen Tianfei narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, of course, it is a small matter to take you to see them, but whether you can get their approval will depend on your own ability." "As it should be." Yang Kai nodded gently and got up. "Please." Chen Tianfei put on a fake smile, got up, and walked out. Yang Kai followed closely behind, and He also hurriedly followed. Seeing this, how could the three from Great Moon Province dare to stay here? They all followed behind. What are you doing? He asked quietly. Are you really going to see the heads of Crimson Star? Of course. Otherwise, how could he have gotten their approval? He said huffily, can't you tell that this Chen Tianfei is up to no good? This trip was definitely a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Moreover, even if he really became the head of Crimson Star, what benefits would there be? I really don't understand what you're thinking. You'll know when the time comes, Yang Kai replied casually. He snorted and said, you like to mess around so much, how on earth did you survive until now? This young master is blessed by the heavens. Yang Kai replied calmly. He was exasperated. Although she was angry, she still hurriedly told him some information she knew. He had never seen the heads of Crimson Star, but she had heard of them, such as Madame Qin who was proficient in music, Gan Hong who was good at assassination, and the twin Ouyang brothers. They had been cultivating together since childhood and were all 4th grade splitting the heavens. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and even outside with her strength, she would have a headache if she encountered them. In addition to these 4 people, there was also Bei Yushan, who was extraordinarily talented and powerful. There was also the Poison Lady, who had poison all over her body. Her Tao of poison had reached perfection, and even many heaven splitters had died tragically at her hands. Including Chen Tianfei, the heads of Crimson Star could be said to all have unique skills and were not to be trifled with. As for the head of Crimson Star, it was said that he had been trying to break through to the 6th grade splitting the heavens, but there had been no news for many years, so it was unknown whether he had succeeded or not. If he succeeded, he would be a character on par with the lady boss, and even he would have to avoid him. Along the way, he chatted endlessly, instilling all the information she had to Yang Kai as much as possible. Yang Kai silently noted this down. Not long after, everyone arrived in front of a large hall. The door to this hall was extremely thick and was about 10 meters high. Chen Tianfei stepped forward and pushed the door open, and with a creaking sound, the door opened a crack. Little brother Yang, please, the heads of Crimson Star are basically all inside. Chen Tianfei gestured with a faint smile on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and said to you wait outside. After saying that, he walked inside. His figure flashed, I'll go with you. How could she feel at ease letting Yang Kai rush into this tiger's den alone? She had already made up her mind to advance and retreat together with him, so naturally, there was no reason to retreat at this time. On the other hand, Meng Hong and the others knew that they were not strong enough, so even if they followed in, they would not be of much help, so they all stood at the door and waited. The thick door closed again, isolating the inside from the outside. Inside the huge hall, it was pitch black, and the moment the door closed, there was a rustling sound all around as flames ignited. The flickering light illuminated the figures on the chairs around the hall, making them look like a group of dancing demons, and the atmosphere of the entire hall became gloomy at this moment. There were not many people in the hall, and apart from Yang Kai and He, there were only 5 people sitting on 5 chairs. Chen Tianfei's figure flickered and he came to an empty chair and sat down. A sweet voice suddenly sounded, "Old fatty Chen, is this the boy who wants to be the head of Crimson Star? Then you obediently brought him here?" Not only did this woman's voice sound incomparably sweet, but as her voice sounded, there seemed to be a sweet smell floating in the air, causing those who smelled it to feel as if they were enjoying it. Poison. His expression changed slightly, and a layer of 5-colored light suddenly appeared on the surface of her body to protect her. Turning her head to look, she found that the person who spoke was a petite woman who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance was pure and lovely, obedient and cute, but he recognized this woman at a glance as the Poison Lady of Crimson Star. Only she could display such superb poisoning methods. The poison matriarch was only at the 4th stage, but she had once relied on her own strength to poison a 5th stage heaven opening, 2 4th stage heavenly openers, and 5 3rd stage heavenly openers. After that battle, her fame had soared, and no one dared to look down on this delicate little woman who had not yet grown up. Looking at Yang Kai with some worry, she saw that Yang Kai was completely fine, not showing the slightest sign of being poisoned, but instead looking at the poison matriarch with shining eyes. She could not help but click her tongue in wonder, wondering how Yang Kai was able to resist the poison. What she did not know was that the pure dragon blood flowing through Yang Kai's body was a half-dragon, and the dragon race had an extremely strong resistance to poisons. Not to mention the poison that the poison matriarch had secretly used. Even if she really fed him poison, he would still be fine. What's more, he still had the wood attribute condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the fire attribute condensed from the golden crow true fire. Even if some of the poison entered his body, it would disappear without a trace after being cleansed by these two forces. Hearing the poison matriarch's words, Chen Tianfei chuckled, "Don't underestimate this little brother Yang. This king suffered a loss at his hands just now. If this king is not mistaken, he has condensed a 6th stage fire attribute strength. Only the fire elemental energy of the 6th rank could make it so difficult for him to receive that palm strike." Under that palm strike, Chen Tianfei clearly felt a scorching energy invading his body, and it took him a lot of effort to neutralize it. This was also because Yang Kai had not used his full strength, otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have come to the wrong conclusion that he had condensed a 6th stage fire attribute strength. 6th stage fire attribute strength. As soon as these words came out, Kai Xing and the other family heads were all shocked. Being able to condense a 6th stage fire attribute strength was also a skill. Most people would not be able to withstand the pressure of condensing a 6th stage opening heaven material, not to mention the fact that 6th stage fire attribute strength was priceless, enough to make even the blessed enclaves fight over it. Generally, only those from the top forces were qualified to condense a 6th stage fire attribute strength. "Little brat, you're quite ambitious." The poison matriarch could not help looking Yang Kai up and down. "Do you want to reach the 6th stage opening heaven material?" Yang Kai grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "First." "What first?" The poison matriarch frowned, having a bad feeling, as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, causing her hair to stand on end. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him. Daring to not put Kai Xing in his eyes, a trivial Emperor Realm Master dares to boast shamelessly that he wants to be a family head. Simply ridiculous. From a chair on the right side of the hall, a cold voice came from an illusory shadow. This person was like a distorted shadow, making it impossible to see his face clearly, and even his voice was erratic. Surprisingly, this was the one Yu He had mentioned before, Gan Hong, who was proficient in the Tao of assassination. Second. Yang Kai nodded. A thunderous voice came from the left side, causing the entire hall to buzz incessantly. "Is this brat sick? What first and second?" Yang Kai ignored him and turned to look at Chen Tianfei. "Family head Chen, this is different from what you said. Didn't we come here to discuss joining Kai Xing and becoming a family head? The other family heads don't seem very enthusiastic." Chen Tianfei looked at him with a smile and said, "Yes, as this king said before, if you want to become a family head, you need to obtain the approval of at least 4 of them. But now it seems that no one agrees with you. Moreover, the rules of Kai Xing's 7 family heads have been around for a long time, so there are no more chairs for you to sit on, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time." If Yang Kai had agreed to be a junior commander before, Chen Tianfei would have been happy to see it happen. Having a powerful subordinate like Yang Kai was also beneficial to Chen Tianfei, and he could write off the matter of Zhao Xingxing being beaten up. However, Yang Kai's bias was higher than the heavens, and he did not put junior commanders or senior commanders in his eyes, actually wanting to be on equal footing with him. How could Chen Tianfei agree to such a thing? Leading Yang Kai here was just to invite him into a trap. Now that the family heads of Kai Xing were here and the spirit arrays in the hall had been activated, Yang Kai would not be able to escape even if he had wings, so how could he be in the mood to feign civility with Yang Kai? Chapter 4004. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. "I understand what Master Chen means. In other words, Crimson Star will only ever have 7 masters." "You can say that." Chen Tianfei smiled slightly. "Then it's simple." Yang Kai also grinned. "As long as I can kill one of you, then replace you." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and like a great rock spreading its wings, he pounced straight towards the poison lady. Yang Kai made his move as soon as he said so. He was extremely decisive. No one expected him to be so decisive. Everyone thought that he would be restrained in this place, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. Who would have thought that he would be the one to lead the attack? How dare you! How dare you! A few angry shouts sounded out at the same time, and several figures flew out from the chairs. Gan Hong's figure flashed, and disappeared without a trace, completely blending into the darkness. The two Ouyang brothers, who had been sitting motionless like mountains, also moved swiftly. Their auras were closely connected, as if they had turned into one person. Chen Tianfei's fat body bounced up like a rubber ball, straight towards Yang Kai. Dong, 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 Bei Yushan, who was like an iron tower, took a step forward, and every step he took caused the hall to tremble. His 2 to 3 jong tall body was filled with muscles, and was filled with explosive power. He blocked in front of the poison lady like a small mountain, grinned at Yang Kai, and punched out. A sonic boom sounded out, causing one's eardrums to tremble. This punch was extremely heavy, and even if there was a mountain in front of it, it could shatter it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai did not dodge, and waved his fist to meet the attack. His face turned pale. Be careful. Her heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She had clearly told Yang Kai before that this Bei Yushan was born with divine strength, enough to uproot a mountain, so how could Yang Kai think of taking his fist head-on? Wasn't this just asking for humiliation? Seeing this, the others could not help but laugh. Among the Crimson Star Clan's leaders, this Bei Yushan was the most talented. He had a special physique, and his brute strength was almost comparable to that of a mutated beast. Under the premise that they were at the same level, no one could take a direct punch from him. Not to mention that he was a 4th-grade sky splitter, while Yang Kai was just a venerable emperor. Although there was no sky splitter in the great cosmological abyss and Bei Yushan couldn't display his full strength, could an ant compete with an elephant? That was impossible. Only now did Chen Tianfei realize that this Yang Kai seemed to be a hothead. He had spent so much effort to bring him here. It was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. If he had known that this person was so arrogant, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. With all kinds of thoughts flashing through their minds, the leaders of Red Star instantly stopped and quietly watched, as if they could predict Yang Kai's next fate. A loud boom resounded. A scene that made the corners of everyone's eyes twitch violently appeared. When the two fists collided, the one who was sent flying was not the smaller Yang Kai, but the 20 to 30 jong tall Bei Yushan who was like an iron tower. His huge body was like a ragged sack as he slammed into the wall, creating a huge hole in the solid wall. The entire hall shook with a loud bang. On the other hand, Yang Kai's body only paused for a moment before he pounced forward without slowing down. Impossible. Chen Tianfei almost bit his tongue. Because of the squeezing of his fat, his eyes, which had always been narrow and long, were now wider than an ox's. What he saw in front of him had completely overturned his understanding, and he couldn't believe it. The Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin were also stunned. In an instant, Yang Kai had pounced 10 jong in front of the poison matriarch, grinning sinisterly. The poison matriarch obviously hadn't reacted to what had happened, and when she came back to her senses, Yang Kai's sinister smile was already in front of her. Her expression couldn't help but change, and she opened her mouth and spat out a pink mist at Yang Kai. At the same time, her body smashed through a chair and directly flew backwards. The mist was extremely poisonous, and even if a heaven-opening master was hit, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. If they didn't think of a way to neutralize it, they would quickly turn into a pool of pus. When Kai Yang crashed into the fog, his body suddenly shook slightly. Obviously, he was affected by the poison. The poison matriarch laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you have some ability, actually sending this big guy flying, but this old lady's soul-devouring smoke isn't so easy to endure. You'll slowly experience the pain of soul-devouring bone and soul-devouring smoke." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened as she stared in front of her with a look of horror. Amidst the pink mist, Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled, like a whale swallowing water, directly sucking in a large amount of the mist. Looking up, his eyes shone with a terrifying light, piercing the poison matriarch's soul. The poison matriarch couldn't help but scream, her petite body frantically fleeing backwards. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and stretched out a hand to grab her. Using the space principles, he ignored the distance between them and grabbed the poison matriarch's slender neck, bringing her in front of him. The poison matriarch struggled madly, but the big hand holding her neck didn't move at all. With a bang, Poison Woman's body exploded with a burst of highly toxic liquid that splashed onto Yang Kai's body. Sizzling sounds rang out as Yang Kai's clothes were completely corroded, revealing his slender and well-proportioned muscles. However, there was a layer of earth-yellow light covering his body. The highly toxic liquid splashed onto this earth-yellow light, but was unable to affect it at all and was completely isolated. You! The poison matriarch looked at Yang Kai with extreme fear. She really couldn't understand why the poison she was so proud of was completely ineffective against this person. Yuhi covered her red lips with her hand, looking at the earthen yellow light on the surface of Yang Kai's body. She muttered, "Earth element power." If she remembered correctly, a few months ago, Yang Kai had told her that he had only condensed wood and fire, so where did this earth element power come from? Moreover, it seemed to be of high quality. Otherwise, how could it resist the poison matriarch's poison? He couldn't help but recall that Yang Kai had disappeared from Crouching Dragon Mountain for more than 20 days. Could it be that he had condensed the earth element power at that time? What other abilities do you have? Yang Kai coldly stared at the poison matriarch. The poison matriarch's pupils dilated. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her entire body was being held in Yang Kai's hands, and she was shivering like a quail in the cold winter. The poison that she was so proud of was completely useless in front of Yang Kai. She was already at her wit's end. Then it's my turn. Yang Kai smiled cruelly. He reached out and pinched open the poison matriarch's cherry lips, then moved his head closer. Under the poison matriarch's terrified gaze, he took a deep breath, and his chest and abdomen swelled up. Fire dragon. Breath. With less than 3 inches between them, Yang Kai exhaled and spat out a scorching energy from his mouth, crazily pouring it into the poison matriarch's body. That scorching heat was the scorching heat of the golden crow true fire. A blood-curdling scream instantly rang out. The poison matriarch struggled frantically, but she couldn't break free at all. The poison all over her body exploded, but Yang Kai didn't dodge at all, allowing the poison to corrode his earth element power. Stop! Chen Tianfei roared, his round and rolling body instantly turning into a meatball, rumbling as he charged towards Yang Kai. At this moment, the rest of the people also began to attack. When they saw Yang Kai being enveloped by the soul-devouring smoke, they all thought that Yang Kai's death was certain, so they relaxed for a moment. Who would have thought that this short moment of hesitation would cause the poison matriarch to fall into the enemy's hands? How could they dare delay? In the blink of an eye, Chen Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan, who had just crawled back up, rushed in front of Yang Kai, each of them using their own secret techniques and artifacts to attack Yang Kai. Roar! The roar of a beast resounded throughout the main hall as 2 enormous figures, one crimson red and one pitch black, suddenly appeared. One of them spat out raging flames from its mouth to defend against the enemy, while the other wriggled its mouthpart and sprayed out mucus, forcing Crimson Star and the other leaders to be flustered. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also made their appearance. 2 strange beasts, each more than 300 meters long, circled around Yang Kai, protecting him without leaving the slightest gap. All the incoming attacks were blocked by these 2 strange beasts. Chen Tianfei and the others were dumbfounded. The sound of spitting flames continued as the poison matriarch's screams became hoarse as she stared at Yang Kai with pleading eyes. Yang Kai remained unmoved. Ding dong. A crisp sound rang out, as if someone was plucking the strings of a zither. When this sound entered one's ears, it caused one's eyes to be filled with illusions, causing one's mind to become unstable. Madame Qin had summoned a zither from somewhere and was gently plucking the strings, creating an invisible sound attack. Yuhi snorted lightly and arrived not far in front of Yang Kai in a flash, summoning her little flower umbrella and twirling it around. Immediately, ripples appeared on the umbrella's surface and spread out in all directions. The melodious sound of the zither instantly became chaotic, and Madame Qin's beautiful face couldn't help but sink. With the protection of the 2 strange beasts, and Yuhi taking the lead to block in front of them, Kai Xing and the other leaders were unable to move. They wanted to rescue the poison matriarch, but they couldn't find the opportunity at all. They could only watch as the poison matriarch was killed, and their hearts were filled with grievance. The screams went from loud to hoarse, then from hoarse to low, and finally stopped. The poison matriarch's life force also disappeared in a short span of a few breaths. Yang Kai stopped talking, and the scorching power was instantly annihilated. He shook the poison matriarch in his hand, and the originally delicate and charming person seemed to have no bones at this moment. As he shook, boiling blood foam flowed out of his 7 orifices, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The first one. Yang Kai casually threw the corpse of the poison matriarch to the side, as if he was throwing away trash. The whole place was silent, and the eyes of Kai Xing and the other leaders trembled violently, from time to time moving between the corpses of Yang Kai and the poison matriarch. They couldn't believe that the poison matriarch, who had lived with them for hundreds of years, had died just like that. Moreover, she had died at the hands of the Emperor Realm, and had died so miserably. If it was outside, with the poison matriarch's strength at the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai would have been no match for her. The mighty world force was not something he could contend against right now. Not to mention the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm, even if it was the 2nd grade or the 1st grade, as long as Yang Kai was in the heaven-opening realm, he would have to avoid them. However, the special environment of the great cosmological realm allowed Yang Kai to display his skills in front of the heaven-opening realm. The mini-universe world in his body was sealed, and he couldn't use the mighty world force, so these heaven-opening realm cultivators were not as difficult to kill as those from the Emperor Realm. Chapter 4005. In the flickering candlelight in the hall, Yang Kai's voice was bone-chilling, turning into a chill that swept through the hearts and minds of the Crimson Star Clan leaders. Only now did everyone understand what Yang Kai meant when he said the first. The femme fatale was the first to attack Yang Kai and the first to be killed. Since there was the first, there would be the second. With a light clang and sparks flying, Gan Hong's figure appeared beside Yang Kai like a ghost, the curved blade in his hand silently slashing down. The earth elemental power protecting Yang Kai's body was unable to withstand the sharpness of this blade, and with a loud sound, the sharp blade cut into Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, directly cutting a foot-long wound there. Immediately, flesh and blood rolled and blood flowed out. Gan Hong, who had revealed himself, was stunned and in disbelief. It was all because this slash didn't have the desired effect. That foot-long wound was indeed terrifying, but his slash should have cut Yang Kai in two. The feeling of the curved blade cutting into flesh made Gan Hong realize that the body of this young man in front of him was unreasonably strong. This sturdy body was actually able to withstand his destructive blade. Shocked, Gan Hong's figure flashed, disappearing into the darkness, and was about to retreat. His concealment technique was unparalleled in the world, and even a master 1 or 2 minor orders higher than him would not be able to see through him. As Gan Hong hurriedly retreated, he looked up and happened to meet Yang Kai's eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. He saw a golden vertical slit appear in Yang Kai's left eye, like a snake's pupil, causing people to feel intimidated. Under the gaze of this golden vertical slit, Gan Hong could not help but feel that there was nowhere to hide. The next moment, Yang Kai smiled at him, raised his hand, and grabbed a long spear from the void. Without seeing how he moved, he thrust out his spear, the tip of the spear rapidly expanding in his field of vision, carrying with it a murderous intent that caused one's soul to tremble. Gan Hong paled in fright and used his blade to block. With a bang, a great force came crashing down, causing Gan Hong's thin and weak figure to be sent flying, instantly feeling like a canoe in the middle of a stormy sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. The figure hidden in the void was forced to reveal itself, and Gan Hong cried out, "Save me." At the same time, his figure rushed towards Chen Tianfei. Seeing this, Chen Tianfei's face twitched. He cursed Gan Hong for being such a nuisance, but he couldn't just leave him in the lurch. He wrapped his body and turned into a meatball that rolled over. The rolling meatball contained a terrifying lethality, and the violent power was unrestrained. The Ouyang Kai and Yang Kai's Scarlet Flood Dragon's body moved, blocking Yang Kai. The Scarlet Jiao twisted his body moved, blocking scarlet flood dragon scarred. Madame Chen's zither sounded again, but was blocked by Yu He, and the two women fought in the air. At the same time, the earth dragon's mouth wriggled, spraying mucus towards Bei Yushan. Bei Yushan had the strength to pull up a mountain, but facing this slippery loach-like strange beast, he was unable to break through the earth dragon's defense. Inside the hall, chaos reigned as many forces were scattered everywhere. Chen Tianfei shouted, "Little brother Yang, stop. Listen to me. If you have anything to say it later." Yang Kai grinned as he stared at the rolling meatball, not slowing down in the slightest as he thrust his spear forward. Above the tip of his spear, a black sphere flashed and a terrifying space principles burst forth. With a boom, the void collapsed, and Chen Tianfei was sent flying. He retreated continuously in the void, and with every step he took, the sound of violent qi erupting could be heard from behind him. That was the sound of the energy being unloaded, and as he retreated, his fat ball-like body rapidly shrank. His clothes became incomparably loose, and his entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. After he regained his footing, he had returned to the state of an ordinary person, and his face was extremely pale. Seeing this, the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. Gan Hong had been forced to the foot of the wall, unable to retreat, a look of panic on his face. Yang Kai's eyes overflowed with light as he stabbed out with his spear. Words could not describe the elegance of this spear, and it seemed that there was only the tip of this spear left in the world. Gan Hong screamed in horror. He had the power to split open the heavens, but he could not display it in the great cosmological realm, so he felt extremely sullen. He summoned his strength, poured it into the curved saber in his hand, and slashed down. The saber light was like the Milky Way spilling out, sprinkling toward Yang Kai. Wherever the black dragon spear passed, the saber light shattered, and with a soft sound, time seemed to freeze. The corners of Chen Tianfei's eyes twitched even more as he stared blankly at the scene at the foot of the wall. The bitterness in his heart was like eating Chinese gold thread. The Ouyang brothers also stopped. Madame Chen stopped playing the zither, and Bei Yushan turned his head to look. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai's long spear was raised high, and a thin figure was hanging on the tip of the spear. Who else could it be but Gan Hong? The black dragon spear pierced through Gan Hong's chest and abdomen and came out from his back. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one arm and raised it high. His heroic figure was like a god descending to the mortal world, causing the remaining Crimson Star Clan leaders' eyes to tremble in disbelief. Cough. Gan Hong coughed lightly, blood filling his mouth as he said with difficulty, "If you kill me, First Master will not let you go." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, grinning, "Are these your last words?" Gan Hong's eyes widened as he roared, "You dare." Yang Kai's arm shook, and a violent force poured into Gan Hong's body through the black dragon spear. Gan Hong screamed miserably, but he only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before his whole body exploded, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Yang Kai's voice came out like a ghost, "Look at me, do you dare, or don't you dare?" With a shake of the long spear, Yang Kai turned to look at the remaining people and smiled. Second one. Madame Chen's fingers trembled, and she accidentally plucked the strings of her zither. The Ouyang brothers' faces sank, Bei Yushan's brows furrowed, and Chen Tianfei's head was dripping with sweat. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, "Master Chen, you're much more handsome now." In truth, Chen Tianfei was also quite handsome under normal circumstances, but because he cultivated a special secret art, he had no choice but to maintain an extremely fat figure all year round. Now that most of his fat had disappeared, he had regained quite a bit of his elegance. Facing Yang Kai's ridicule, Chen Tianfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his expression extremely conflicted. Yang Kai looked around and rested his spear on his shoulder. "Master Chen said just now that Kaixing's 7 masters didn't have many seats for me to sit on, but now that there are, I want to sit on one of them. Does anyone have any objections?" No one answered, no one daring to speak casually, their hearts tense, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly attack again. After this battle, Kaixing's masters discovered that this guy was a complete madman, daring to challenge the might of splitting the heavens with just the strength of an emperor realm cultivator and beating a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators into falling flowers. If news of this spread, none of them would be able to go out and see anyone in the future. They really didn't have the face to do so. This is your territory, so we'll follow your rules. Master Chen said before that if I want to become Kaixing's master, I need the agreement of at least 4 people. Everyone, please state your position, do you agree or not? Hearing this, Chen Tianfei and the others cursed in their hearts, you still know this is our territory. Even though they had complaints in their hearts, at this moment, they had no choice but to consider them seriously. The poison matriarch and Gan Hong were already dead, and although they had some friendship with them, it wasn't to the extent that they would take revenge for them. Offending such a murderous god for 2 dead people was naturally not worth it. Moreover, the strength Yang Kai had displayed in this battle was frightening, so if they could really accept him as Kaixing's master, it would be of great benefit to Kaixing. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Tianfei was the first to raise his hand and say, I agree. The sound of a zither rang out and Madame Qin smiled, I also agree. The Ouyang brothers looked at each other and nodded lightly. Bei Yushan stood there scratching his head as he glanced at the poison matriarch's corpse and said, then I also agree. Chen Tianfei immediately cupped his fists and said, little brother Yang, welcome to Kaixing. From now on, we will be a family. There will be many things we will need to rely on you in the future, so please don't refuse when the time comes. Yang Kai smiled faintly, of course, of course. He said from the side, I also want to be Kaixing's master. Seeing everyone look over, he said matter-of-factly, your Kaixing is missing 2 masters this time, can't I make up the numbers? Chen Tianfei blinked and smiled, of course, you're most welcome. They had intended to recruit Yuhi before, but Yuhi did not agree. Now that she had taken the initiative to mention it, how could Kaixing refuse? Moreover, as she said, Kaixing was missing 2 masters this time, so they needed to make up the numbers. What's more, Yuhi herself was a 5th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, stronger than Chen Tianfei and the others, more than enough to be a master. After this battle, Crimson Star's 2 positions changed hands. Yang Kai and He both became Crimson Star's 6th and 7th masters respectively. Although this was not a happy ending, it did not have much of an impact on Kaixing's overall strength, on the contrary, it had actually increased. Chen Tianfei and the others could accept such a result. Since they had already been branded as Kaixing, there was naturally no need to be so hostile. Yang Kai put away his Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon before casually chatting with Chen Tianfei and the others for a while. After a while, Yang Kai said, where is our great master? I have just entered Kaixing, shouldn't I pay him a visit? Chen Tianfei smiled lightly, Great Master is in seclusion all year round, so we don't get to see him much. If there is a chance later, I will introduce him to Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded lightly and couldn't help feeling a little curious about Kaixing's Great Master. He hadn't seen him at all in today's battle, so he was really a bit elusive. Yang Kai wondered if he was trying to break through to the 6th stage heaven-opening realm like he had said. Chapter 4006. Outside the main hall, the 3 from Great Moon Province waited anxiously. Some Crimson Star cultivator glanced at them from time to time, full of malicious intent. This situation made Meng Hong and the others feel uneasy, but there was nothing they could do. The door of the main hall was closed, so they didn't know what was going on inside, but Meng Hong could faintly feel that Yang Kai and he were going to a dangerous place. Just as Meng Hong and the others were feeling anxious, the door of the main hall suddenly opened. Meng Hong's expression brightened and he quickly looked up. What he saw was Yang Kai taking the lead, followed by He, and a middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar. The middle-aged man was dressed strangely, wearing a loose robe. His face was a little pale, but there was a smile on his face. When they got closer, they heard the middle-aged man say, 6th Master, 7th Master, please stay at the inn for a few days. Wait until I have people tidy up the place before moving in. If the 2 of you have any requests, please do not hesitate to state them. I will have people arrange them properly. Yang Kai said with a smile, as you wish, there is no special request. The middle-aged man said, then this Chen will arrange it as he sees fit. If 6th Elder and 7th Elder don't like it, I will change. Thank you, Elder Chen. Yang Kai cupped his hands slightly. The middle-aged man returned the courtesy and said, "Take care, I won't see you out." Yang Kai nodded and called Meng Hong and the others to follow, striding towards the inn. After walking for a long time, Meng Hong asked, "Brother Yang, was that Chen Tianfei from Crimson Star?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Meng Hong was surprised. How did he become like that? Wasn't he a fat man before? He pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Of course he was beaten up. This time his Yuan Qi was seriously injured. I don't know how long it will take for him to recover." Beaten up? The people from the Great Moon Prefecture looked at each other, thinking that Chen Tianfei had been beaten up by Yu He. They knew that there must have been a fierce battle in the hall just now. Otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have been able to distinguish himself. "What's going on with 6th Elder and 7th Elder?" Meng Hong asked, puzzled. Yang Kai said, "Yu He and I will be Crimson Star's elders from now on." Crimson Star's elders. Meng Hong was shocked. He had heard that Yang Kai wanted to be Crimson Star's elders in the inn, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. However, this was a good thing for them. Yang Kai and Yu He and Yu He and Yu He you could provide them. Meng Hong couldn't help sighing in admiration. Looking at Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master who had entered Crimson Star, and thinking about himself, he couldn't even hold on to the woman he loved and had instead thrown herself into the arms of another man, Meng Hong couldn't help feeling a little sad. Yang Kai was elder two to Meng could only two to the two. Returning to the inn, Zhao Xingxing was nowhere to be found and the inn was deserted. The innkeeper was sitting behind the counter, feeling sorry for himself, but when he saw that Yang Kai and the others had returned alive, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. After settling in, Yu He did not stay in her own room but instead ran over to Yang Kai's, sat down at the table, and stared at him with an infatuated look on her face. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to her. This woman was a bit crazy, so it was best not to provoke her. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was a little concerned about and could not help asking, "Isn't there only 7 elders in Crimson Star? But I saw 7 in the main hall before, including the first elder. Doesn't that make 8? Chen Tianfei, Bei Yushan, the Ouyang brothers, and Madame Qin, that made 5. Including Gan Hong and the poison matriarch, who were killed by Yang Kai, that made 7. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Ouyang has always been together, so he can only be counted as 1. Yang Kai understood and threw a dragon blood pill into his mouth and closed his eyes to refine it. "I have something to ask you." Yu He suddenly turned around and sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a delicate fragrance, her beautiful eyes looking at Yang Kai. "What?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. Yu He said, "Have you already condensed earth element power?" "Yes." "As expected." Yu He sighed slightly. Previously, when she saw Yang Kai's earth element power appear in the main hall, she had already guessed. Now, she had just confirmed it. "Is it in Crouching Dragon Mountain?" Yu He thought about it. Only in the 20-odd days in Crouching Dragon Mountain did Yang Kai have the opportunity to condense earth element power. It was just that she did not understand what was in Crouching Dragon Mountain. "Why are you asking this?" Yang Kai frowned. 7th grade? Yu He did not answer the question and stared at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes and was too lazy to say more. Yu He sighed. "It seems that you did not listen to what I said before. Do you know that you are digging your own grave?" Yang Kai said unhappily, "If you have anything to say, say it clearly. I am just condensing 5 elements power." "How is that digging my own grave?" Yu He opened her mouth and hesitated several times before turning her head and saying, "When you are out of the great cosmological realm, you can ask Lan Yoruo. If she wants to tell you, she will tell you. If she doesn't want to tell you, you can come to me." She changed the topic and said seriously, "I will say the same thing again. Do not let others know that you have condensed 7th grade heaven-splitting force. Otherwise, no one in the 3,000 worlds can save your life, not even Lan Yoruo." After saying that, she left the room, somewhat dispirited. Yang Kai frowned. Yu He had told him about this last time, but she did not say it clearly. There seemed to be some hidden meaning in it. This made Yang Kai full of doubts. He did not know how he was digging his own grave. He only thought that he had condensed 7th grade heaven-splitting force. If she knew that he had condensed power above 7th grade, she would probably go crazy. Although young Kai did not completely trust he could feel that she had no malicious intentions towards him. It seemed that when he was out of the great cosmological realm, he really had to find an opportunity to ask the lady boss. Kai Xing's efficiency was very high. In just 2 days, Chen Tianfei had already arranged everything. He personally came to the inn and led young Kai and He to the mansion. After all, they were Kai Xing's 6th and 7th masters. It would be detrimental to Kai Xing's reputation if they kept staying in the inn. The mansion occupied a considerable area, and its location was also quite good. It was not inferior to the mansions of other masters. He led young Kai and He around the mansion and introduced them to the situation here. After a while, they came to a side hall. The guests and hosts took their seats, and a maidservant served tea. Chen Tianfei sat at the head of the table with a smile. Are the two of you satisfied with the arrangements in this mansion? If you are not satisfied, just tell this Chen and I will let them adjust it. After not seeing him for 2 days, this guy seemed to have put on weight. When he smiled, the fat on his face jiggled. Yang Kai nodded and said, Master Chen is considerate. There is no need to trouble yourself. To him, this mansion was just a place to live, so there was naturally no need to pay too much attention to it. Chen Tianfei said, That's good, that's good. After speaking, he coughed lightly and clapped his hands. Come in. 2 people immediately walked in from the door, a man and a woman. The man walked with a limp. It was Zhao Xingxing, whose leg had been broken by Yang Kai before. It was likely that he had taken some pills in the past 2 days, otherwise his injury would not have healed so quickly. When he saw Zhao Xingxing, Meng Hong, who was standing to the side, did not react, but after seeing the woman's appearance, Meng Hong's expression could not help but become complicated. The woman was surprisingly Chen Yu. The 2 of them walked in one after another. Zhao Xingxing had a flattering smile on his face, while Chen Yu was looking down at her feet. The hair hanging in front of her chest covered her face, so it was unknown what kind of expression she had at this moment. Greetings to 6th Master and 7th Master. Zhao Xingxing's face was still a little bruised, and several of his teeth had fallen out. When he spoke, his speech was a little sluggish. At this moment, he no longer had the high-spirited and arrogant attitude he had 2 days ago. His face was accompanied by a smile that was uglier than crying, and his face was full of flattery. Chen Yu also bowed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Greetings to the 2 masters. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Chen Tianfei with a faint smile. Brother Chen, what is the meaning of this? Chen Tianfei said solemnly, 6th Master, this boy had eyes but failed to see before and offended you. Although he has already been taught a lesson, he has still offended his superiors. My Red Star has strict rules, and anyone who dares to offend his superiors will be severely punished. Today, I ask this boy to come here and apologize. Whether he is to be killed or tortured, 6th Master can decide. This king will not stop you. His words were powerful and resonant, and he appeared to be fair and impartial. Zhao Xingxing was startled when he heard this and hurriedly turned to look at him, saying pitifully, Brother-in-law. You still have the face to call me brother-in-law. Chen Tianfei coldly snorted, this king's face is about to be lost because of you. I told you long ago not to use your status as a little commander to cause trouble. I told you long ago that there is always someone better than you, but you didn't believe me and thought that the sky is the greatest. You are the 2nd Master. The day before yesterday, you were just lucky enough to meet 6th Master. If it were anyone else, you would have died many times over. Turning his head to look at young Kai, he said, 6th Master, I have brought him to you. If you want to kill him, just do it. I, Chen Tianfei, will not stop you. After saying this, he actually closed his eyes, as if out of sight, out of mind. Zhao Xingxing was horrified. Seeing that he could not count on Chen Tianfei, he could only kneel on the ground and beg young Kai, 6th Master, please spare my life. This lowly one was blinded by greed and offended 6th Master. This lowly one deserves 1,000 deaths. I won't dare do it again. 6th Master, please spare my life. As he spoke, He coughed and kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. After a few kowtows, his head was bleeding. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. After a while, he said, "Commander Zhao, there is no enmity between you and me. Even if there was, it was settled the day before yesterday. You offended this king, so this king broke your leg. Let's call it even. If you want to live, the one you should be begging is not me." Zhao Xingxing was startled when he heard this, but quickly reacted. He turned his head to look at Meng Hong and squeezed out a sad smile. "Brother Meng." Chapter 4007. Zhao Xingxing's sorrowful cry woke up the absent-minded Meng Hong. He raised his head and saw Zhao Xingxing looking at him with a pitiful and pleading face. He couldn't help but think of how this person had flaunted his strength to him the day before yesterday. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Knowing that Yang Kai was giving him a chance to take revenge, he couldn't help but look at him gratefully. However, it was not his own strength that made Zhao Xingxing lower his head, but it was a fact that his beloved woman had thrown herself into his arms. How could Meng Hong have the mood to be entangled with him? The expression on his face was indifferent, and his interest waned. Zhao Xingxing said in fear, "Brother Meng, on account of the many times I have helped you before, I ask Brother Meng to spare me. I know my wrongs, I won't dare to do it again." Meng Hong still didn't say anything. He just looked at him indifferently, as if he was watching a clown's funny performance. The two disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture were filled with righteous indignation. One of them stepped forward and scolded, "Shameless thing, our big brother calls you brother in vain, but you used dirty tricks behind his back to seduce big brother's woman. Now you still have the face to beg for mercy." He turned his head and shouted in a low voice, "Big brother, let me kill him." Zhao Xingxing turned pale with fright. Before coming here, Chen Tianfei had told him that whether he lived or died this time would depend on his own luck. He couldn't afford to offend the new sixth leader at all. Previously, in the main hall, he had killed the poison lady and Gan Hong by himself. If he really provoked him, Chen Tianfei himself would be unable to protect himself. If not for this, why would Zhao Xingxing follow Chen Tianfei to come here to apologize? If the other party were to make a move at this time, his brother-in-law might not be able to count on him. Knowing that his life and death was in Meng Hong's hands, Zhao Xingxing didn't care about his face and hurriedly said, "Brother Meng, this is a misunderstanding. Miss Chen Yu and I are innocent. Nothing happened. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." He turned his head to look at Chen Yu. Chen Yu only lowered her head, her body slightly trembling. Zhao Xingxing anxiously said, "Brother Meng, I brought Miss Chen Yu here today and returned her to you. Let's pretend that nothing happened, okay?" "Shut up." Meng Hong, who hadn't made a stand since the beginning, suddenly shouted out explosively, and he stared at Zhao Xingxing with a gaze that seemed to shoot out flames as he gritted his teeth and said, "Zhao Xingxing, what do you take Miss Chen for? She's a person and not a good that can be casually given away. Are your actions worthy of her sincerity?" Zhao Stars opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself that Chen Yu was just trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. How could she possibly be sincere? It was clear that Meng Hong was very worried about Chen Yu. If he really said those words, he would probably die here immediately. After Meng Hong finished drinking, he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Leave. I don't want to see you again." In the end, he did not kill him. Firstly, Zhao Xingxing bowed his head and begged for mercy not because of his own ability, but because of Yang Kai's prestige. Secondly, Yang Kai had just become the sixth head of Crimson Star. If he really killed Zhao Xingxing, it would definitely bring him some trouble. At the very least, he would definitely be on bad terms with Chen Tianfei. Although what he said before sounded good, if he really killed Zhao Xingxing in front of him, he would definitely not be happy. Zhao Xingxing was overjoyed when he heard this, and a smile bloomed on his bruised face. "Many thanks, Brother Meng, many thanks, Brother Meng." He then turned to Yang Kai and said, "Many thanks, sixth head. Why haven't you left yet?" Chen Tianfei kicked him to the ground. Zhao Xingxing didn't even bother to stand up and quickly ran out. After surviving a disaster, he was in a good mood. After he left, only Chen Yu remained standing there by herself, and she was extremely conspicuous. Her originally delicate and pretty face was pale at this moment, and her delicate figure was trembling lightly. It was unknown if she was afraid or ashamed to show her face. Meng Hong glanced at her and sighed slightly, but didn't say anything. He simply cupped his hands to Yang Kai and turned to leave. Chen Tianfei saw this and chuckled, cupping his fists and saying, "Sixth head, seventh head, this Chen still has some matters to attend to and will take his leave first. I have left some people in this house for you to use. If you have any requests, just let them know. Take care, I won't see you out." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Chen Tianfei nodded and got up to leave. After Chen Tianfei left, He turned to Chen Yu, who was standing below with her head lowered, and asked Yang Kai, "How should we deal with this?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. How would he know how to deal with it? Meng Hong should have been the one to speak, but this guy left without saying a word, leaving such a difficult problem here. How could Yang Kai intervene? "I'll leave it to you to decide," Yang Kai said before turning around and leaving. In the inner courtyard, Meng Hong stood alone by the pond, quietly looking at the fish swimming in the clear water below. Not far away, two disciples of the Great Moon State stood there with worried faces, looking at Meng Hong's back. Hearing footsteps, they turned their heads and saw Yang Kai. One of them whispered, "Brother Yang, will Big Brother be okay?" The other disciple of the Great Moon State was also worried. "I heard people say that being troubled by love is very likely to lead to inner demons. Can Big Brother get over this hurdle?" The disciple of the Great Moon State who spoke first said angrily, "We should have killed that bitch just now and ended all troubles. What's the use of keeping such a flattering woman? She disturbed Big Brother's state of mind for nothing." The other disciple said, "You know how much Big Brother likes her. If you really kill her, Big Brother will fall out with you. Then what should we do?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Don't quarrel, I'll go and take a look." The two disciples of the Great Moon State looked at Yang Kai as if he was their savior. "Brother Yang, you must persuade Big Brother." Yang Kai didn't comment. He couldn't agree to this kind of thing rashly. Love was the most difficult thing to understand. Meng Hong still had to rely on himself. When it came to this kind of thing, no matter what others said, it was useless. Yang Kai came to Meng Hong's side and looked at him. To his surprise, Meng Hong's expression was quite good, not as bad as he had imagined. Before Yang Kai could speak, Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, are you worried about me?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "Your two junior brothers are afraid that you will have inner demons." Meng Hong smiled slightly and said, "That's not the case. Although I like Yu, she has made her own choice. We are not destined to be together. I just feel sad for her. She didn't know how to judge people and ended up being abandoned. That's also her own choice." Meng Hong nodded slightly. Yes, the ups and downs of life are like fish in a pond. After going around in circles, we still can't jump out of those shackles. After a moment of silence, Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, I want to become stronger." Yang Kai turned to look at him. On the path of cultivation, everyone is walking on the path of becoming stronger. Meng Hong turned around, his eyes burning. "I want to become stronger." Yang Kai frowned. He knew that although Meng Hong said it casually, Chen Yu's matter still had some impact on him. Otherwise, how could he have such thoughts? Only after suffering setbacks and blows would one have a greater desire for power. There is no opening of the heavens in the great cosmological realm. If you want to become stronger, you can only continue to condense the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. When you leave the great cosmological realm, you can advance to opening the heavens. A pleasant voice sounded. It was Yuehe walking over and standing beside Yang Kai. A strand of hair was blown by the wind and scattered on Yang Kai's cheek. Yang Kai brushed her hair aside and nodded. There are many heaven-splitting talents in the great cosmological realm. They should be able to meet Brother Meng's needs. "Brother Meng, what grade are you condensing?" Meng Hong said, "3rd grade." Yang Kai understood. After all, the Great Moon Province was not a very powerful force. Wei Qiu and Dao Rongfang, whom he had met before, were both 3rd grade heaven-splitting. As the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Province, it was natural for Meng Hong to condense 3rd grade. I thought that third grade was enough, but now it seems that third grade heaven splitting is just a nobody in the 3,000 worlds. I want to achieve a higher grade. Yang Kai frowned. But Brother Meng, if I'm not wrong, you should have already condensed several types of heaven-splitting power. As the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Province, he could not always stay in the Emperor realm. He had definitely condensed more than 3 types of heaven-splitting power in his seal. Since the foundation had been laid, he could only continue forward. There was no turning back. Meng Hong nodded. Yes, I have already condensed 4 types of power. Then what about you? Yang Kai was puzzled. Yuehe, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed slightly. Tai divine purifying water? Meng Hong nodded solemnly. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his palm. The bottle seemed to be filled with some liquid. When he shook it, the sound of liquid could be heard. You are courting death. Yuehe's expression was extremely solemn. What is Tai divine purifying water? Yang Kai asked blankly. Yuehe said, you also know that in order to achieve heaven splitting, one needs to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in the seal to create a small world in one's body. Only by possessing the power of the world can one achieve heaven splitting. Once the cultivator has chosen a certain grade of heaven splitting power, it can't be easily changed. Moreover, the final blossoming of the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements is closely related to the power of the lowest grade. For example, if he condenses 3rd grade power, if one of them is 2nd grade, then the heaven splitting he achieves will be 2nd grade. It won't change because the other 6 are 3rd grade. Yang Kai nodded. I know this. The process of achieving heaven splitting was like filling a wooden barrel with water. It could only be filled to the position of the shortest plank. Yuehe continued, but there are always some people in this world who are not satisfied with the grade of the yin, yang, and 5 elements they condense. They want to reach a higher level when they achieve heaven splitting, but their foundation has already been laid. How can they change it at will? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Can't change it at will? In other words, it can still be changed. Yuehe nodded solemnly. Relying on this Tai divine purifying water, there is a chance to change it. After consuming it, the yin, yang, and 5 elements in the seal will be stripped away. If one can survive, it will give one a chance to start all over again. Is the risk high? Yang Kai asked worriedly. Only now did he understand what Meng Hong was planning. He obviously wanted to consume this Tai divine purifying water to start all over again. Chapter 4008. Yuhi sneered when she heard this. The risk depends on how much power the person who consumes it condenses. The less power one condenses, the lower the risk. If one only condenses one type, there is basically a 50% chance of success. Condensing one type only gives a 50% chance. Yang Kai could not help but change his expression. What about 4 types? Meng Hong had just said that he had already condensed 4 types of splitting the heavens power, so the chances of success were even lower. About 10%, Yuhi said. 10%. Yang Kai was horrified. This was simply a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Yuhi looked at Meng Hong with a sneer. Even so, do you still want to do this? Meng Hong clenched the jade bottle in his hand and nodded calmly. I have made up my mind. After a pause, he said, Brother Yang, you don't have to persuade me. I had this idea a long time ago, but I never had the courage to put it into action. Outside, with the power of the Great Moon Province, there is no way to find enough natural treasures for me, but it is different here. This is the great cosmological realm, a huge natural treasure trove. Brother Yang, you may not know this, but during the few months you were in seclusion, I often heard that someone had found 4th grade, 5th grade, or even 6th grade treasures. This is my opportunity, and if I don't try, I may regret it for the rest of my life. Yang Kai was silent. If Meng Hong was just impulsive because of Chen Yu, he might have persuaded him. After all, it was unwise to take such a big risk for a moment of anger, but Meng Hong had also said that he had this idea a long time ago, but he did not have the courage to put it into action. What happened this time might have really given him the courage to make up his mind. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Since you said so, then I can only wish you success." He turned to look at Yu He and asked, "What are the consequences if you fail?" Yu He said solemnly, "The function of Tai divine purifying water is to strip the power of yin-yang and 5 elements from the Tao seal. If you fail, the Tao seal will definitely shatter. What do you think the consequences will be? If the Tao seal was shattered, how could there be a good end? Either his soul would be destroyed and his body would perish, or his cultivation would be crippled and he would become a cripple. Now I'm a little curious. Where did you get this Tai divine purification water from? Although it's not rare, it's not something that someone from the Emperor realm can get their hands on. Just this portion of Tai pure divine water is comparable to a portion of a 5th grade material." Yu He frowned. 5th grade materials were worth at least 1.5 million heaven-opening pills. Such wealth was definitely not a small number for a force like the Great Moon Prefecture. When Meng Hong heard this, he smiled and said, "A long time ago, I obtained it by chance during an experimental training. I kept it and could not bear to sell it, thinking that this day might come." From this, it could be seen that Meng Hong's desire to come here again was not a whim, but a thought that had been in his mind for a long time. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since Brother Meng has made such a decision, then I won't say anything more. If there's anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate to ask." Yu He sneered, "There's nothing you can do except find a quiet place for him." Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, please keep this matter a secret for my 2 junior brothers. If this matter succeeds, I will personally explain it to them. If not, Yang Kai, please burn my body and hand my corpse to my 2 junior brothers to bring back to the Great Moon Prefecture." Meng Hong clearly didn't have much confidence in himself since he was already making arrangements for his funeral. Yang Kai wanted to persuade him, but he did not know how to say it. If he were in Meng Hong's shoes, what would he do if he had such an opportunity? Even if he knew that there was only a slim chance of survival, he would still press forward. "When will it begin?" Yang Kai asked. Meng Hong said, "There's no time like the present. Let's do it today." He was very swift and decisive. Yang Kai could only find a quiet secret room for him and set up a formation with Yu He to prevent him from being disturbed at a critical moment. The 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture did not know why Meng Hong suddenly went into seclusion. They only thought that it was because of Chen Yu's matter, so they hated Chen Yu even more. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai and Yu He were busy, and it took them a lot of effort to arrange everything. Staring at the secret room, Yu He sighed softly, "Don't worry, it's useless. The result will be out in 3 to 5 days, and at most half a month." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I hope everything goes well for him." Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "What did you do with Chen Yu?" Yu He said, "If she stays, can we drive her away? She's just a weak woman. If we chase her away, she'll be eaten up by others in a few days." Yang Kai laughed, "You are kind." Yu He snorted coldly, "You can also see that Meng Hong still has feelings for Chen Yu. If we really drive her away, how can Meng Hong feel at ease? Leave her here and let Meng Hong deal with her himself." Yang Kai nodded, "You did well." Yu He smiled and bowed, "Thank you, young master, for your praise. What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai flicked his sleeves and left with his hands behind his back, leaving Yu He giggling behind him. Before Chen Tianfei left, he said that he left some people in the mansion to listen to his orders. Yang Kai soon met the leader of these people, a guy named Guo Ziyan. Yang Kai was now Crimson Star's 6th manager after all, so it would be unreasonable for Crimson Star to not transfer some people to him. In Crimson Star, Guo Ziyan was also a commander-level figure with a 2nd stage heaven-opening cultivation. His strength was not bad. If it were in the outside world, he might not even look at Yang Kai. Amir the Emperor realm was nothing to him, but here in the great cosmological realm, Yang Kai had killed Poison Lady and Gan Hong. Even if Guo Ziyan's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he had no choice but to bow his head to him. After a series of questions and answers, Yang Kai somewhat understood the personality of this Guo Ziyang. He was relatively taciturn and originally worked under the Poison Matriarch, but now that she was dead, the power under her control was naturally divided among the other leaders. Leaving Guozi Yang behind to share with Yang Kai could be considered a good way to account for his actions. Guoziyan's subordinates weren't many, but they weren't few either, at least 100 or so. This was all of Yang Kai's subordinates. Regardless of how loyal they were, at the very least, there were still people he could use. Without saying anything, Yang Kai followed Guoziyan to meet the 100 or so people under him. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to enter Crimson Star and fight for the position of manager was that he wanted to use Crimson Star's power to search for the heaven-opening materials he needed. With more people, he was more well-informed. It was difficult for him to find out where in the great cosmological realm high-quality heaven and earth treasures were found. However, Crimson Star was different. With Star City as their foundation, their influence spread out in all directions. Even the slightest movement in the wind could not be hidden from Crimson Star's investigation. Crimson Star was a relatively loose organization, and its members were from all walks of life. Their strength was also mixed, and many of them were unruly. When they heard that the new sixth manager was from the Emperor realm, they did not pay much attention. The 100 or so people stood there loosely, but Yu He, who followed them, made them wait with rapt attention. After all, Yu He was a 5th-grade heaven-opening cultivator. Such a person could be considered an expert in the 3,000 worlds. Any cultivator would instinctively revere powerful strength. Yang Kai did not care much. After a few words of encouragement, he asked Guoziyan to take the 100 or so people to spread out and scout for information. He ordered Guoziyan to report immediately if there was any news of high-quality heaven and earth treasures. Guoziyan naturally agreed. The next few days were peaceful. Yang Kai took dragon blood pills every day to purify his dragon veins and comprehend the power of the wood and fire elements that he had already condensed. Previously, he had comprehended a dragon race innate dragon technique from the dragon pearl, which made Yang Kai faintly feel that he had not yet developed the full power of the wood and fire elements. Between the two forces condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the golden crow true fire, he should be able to nurture a powerful divine technique. If he could successfully comprehend it, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would have more means to deal with powerful enemies. Every day, he would go to see the situation with Meng Hong. Unfortunately, since Meng Hong was in seclusion, the secret room where he stayed was silent. There was a large array blocking it, so Yang Kai did not know what was going on inside. The two disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture did not know what Meng Hong was doing at all, so they did not show too much worry. On this day, Yang Kai came to Meng Hong's place of seclusion to investigate as usual. However, he saw that Yu He had already arrived. Their eyes met, and Yu He slowly shook her head. Yang Kai frowned and said, "It's already been 8 days." Yu He sighed slightly. "I'm afraid he's done for. Is there no way to help?" Yu He said, "After taking the Tai Yi Divine Purification Water, whether he lives or dies will depend on his own ability. Outsiders can't interfere at all. Even if you go in now, you will only disturb him." Yang Kai remained silent. Since Yu He said so, even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. Let's wait for another 2 days. If he still doesn't come out, it means he has failed. At that time, we can only collect his corpse. Yu He stroked her hair behind her ear. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he stared at the secret room in front of him. Using his divine sense, he seemed to sense some subtle movements coming from inside the secret room. Yu He obviously also noticed this and turned her head to look at Yang Kai in surprise. After a while, the large array arranged in the secret room slowly closed. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and took a step forward, opening the door of the secret room and rushing in. Yu He followed closely behind. Inside the secret room, a strong smell of blood filled the air, and the entire secret room was a mess, as if it had been swept away by several violent forces. At the center of the secret chamber, a figure sat cross-legged quietly with his head lowered. His black hair hung down disheveled and covered his face. Meng Hong was in an extremely miserable state at this moment. His entire body was covered with traces of dried blood. Obviously, he had suffered a lot. Moreover, his aura was so weak that Yang Kai could not tell at a glance whether he had succeeded or failed. Somewhat worried, Yang Kai stepped forward, stood opposite Meng Hong, and called out softly, "Brother Meng?" Chapter 4009. Meng Hong slowly raised his head. His eyes were sunken and his face was extremely pale, but his eyes were really bright. Looking at Yang Kai, the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a smile. "God bless me." Yang Kai's heart suddenly relaxed, and he also laughed. "Brother Meng, you're really lucky." Meng Hong had fought for a future in a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Although Yang Kai did not know how Meng Hong had spent the past 8 days, he knew that Meng Hong must have been hovering between life and death in these days, judging from his current state and the situation in the secret chamber. After asking him to take a few elixirs and regulate his breathing for a while, Yang Kai sent him back to his room to rest. Meng Hong called the 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture over and personally explained the whole story to them. The 2 disciples looked scared. One blamed his big brother for taking such a big risk without telling them. What if something unexpected happened? The other was indignant and clamored to kill that bitch Chen Yu now to vent the anger in his big brother's heart. After arguing for a while, Yang Kai and Yuehe left, leaving the 3 brothers to talk. In the next few days, Meng Hong's state was getting better day by day. The Tai Pure Divine Water had stripped away the 4 kinds of level 3 strength that originally existed in his Taoist seal, allowing him to return to the state when he first condensed his Taoist seal. It was tantamount to giving him a chance to start over. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was not available to everyone. This time, Meng Hong would naturally not make do with it casually. He would definitely seize it well. A few days later, Yang Kai visited Meng Hong again and asked him about his future plans. Meng Hong said, "I destroyed my 3rd rank foundation because I naturally desire to achieve a higher rank. 4th rank is not within my consideration. 6th rank is too far away and rare, and it is not something I can bear. If I can achieve 5th rank splitting the heavens, then my life and death experience will not be in vain." Yang Kai nodded slightly when he heard this. Meng Hong's ambition to open the heavens in the 5th stage was indeed not great. However, for the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture, reaching the 5th stage was definitely an extravagant hope in the past. After all, any 5th stage material was worth 1.5 million opening heaven pills. 7 materials would cost at least 10 million opening heaven pills. The Great Moon Prefecture might be able to raise this amount of money by selling everything they had, but it was meaningless to buy it without any connections. It had to be known that even with such a powerful backer like the Lady Boss, Bai Qi had only reached the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, and had been disturbed at a critical juncture. If it weren't for Yang Kai giving him some worldly source liquid, he would have died long ago. If Meng Hong could reach the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, then he could look forward to the 7th stage in his lifetime. He wouldn't be stuck at the middle stage of splitting the heavens for the rest of his life. He would also have the opportunity to experience the high stage of splitting the heavens. Moreover, Meng Hong had also said that the 6th stage material was not something he could bear. Someone had told Yang Kai before that for a cultivator, the higher the grade of the material they condensed, the better. Everyone had their own tolerance limit. If this limit was exceeded, the higher the grade of the material, the more likely it was that the cultivator would die in vain. Meng Hong had set himself at the 5th stage, which was the limit that most cultivators could bear. If it was higher, neither their physical body nor Dao seal would be able to bear it. "If I reach the 5th stage, I can give Brother Meng something." As he spoke, Yang Kai flipped his hand, and a scorching light immediately appeared on his palm, as if he had caught a small sun in his hand. Meng Hong's expression froze as he shouted, "True sun flame. Is this something you obtained from the sun star?" He had seen the true sun flame before. After all, when the sun star was extinguished, a group of disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture were also present. They had followed Wei Q to search for the true sun flame, so Meng Hong recognized it at a glance. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I obtained it from the sun star." In the Sun Star, not only had Yang Kai obtained the Golden Crow's corpse under the watchful eyes of many heaven-opening realm cultivators, but he had also obtained a lot of true sun flame. There were 4th stage and 5th stage true sun flame, But there were not many fifth-stage true sunflames, only 3. They had never been of much use to him. Since Meng Hong needed them, Yang Kai would not be stingy. Staring at the true sun flame in a daze, Meng Hong wanted to refuse, but he was reluctant to do so. The Great Moon Prefecture had obtained a fifth-stage true sun flame before, but they had not given it to their own disciples. Instead, they had exchanged it for some fourth-stage true sun flame. With such careful planning, it was possible that a fourth-stage true sun flame could be brought to the Great Moon Prefecture in the near future. At that time, the Great Moon Prefecture would have a middle-stage true sun flame, barely becoming a second-grade force. Observing Meng Hong's expression, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Meng, please accept it first. Just treat it as a loan from me. If there is a chance in the future, just return it to me." Hearing him say this, Meng Hong didn't continue to be polite and immediately nodded. This Meng will not fail to live up to Brother Yang's good intentions. Circulating his strength, Meng Hong received the true sun flame. In an instant, a wave of heat hit him in the face, and he could not help but groan, his expression changing slightly. Previously, he had been refining third-grade materials with ease. Now that he had come into contact with fifth-grade materials, he realized that these high-quality materials were not something that could be refined by just anyone. If one's foundation was slightly weaker, it was very likely that they would be burned to death by this scorching power. How could they talk about the power to split the heavens? He secretly rejoiced that he had not bitten off more than he could chew and had only set his goal as a fifth-stage true sun flame. Now, it seemed that this was a wise decision. Leaving Meng Hong to refine the true sun flame and condense his fire attribute true sun flame, Yang Kai called over 2 disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture to protect him before leaving. Passing through a corridor, he suddenly saw a familiar figure sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard and was slightly startled. As if sensing something, Chen Yu raised her head and looked over. When their eyes met, she quickly bowed her head and saluted, "Sixth Master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and had no intention of talking to her. He left the woman behind, intending to let Meng Hong deal with it himself. Unfortunately, Meng Hong had been in seclusion before, and now that he had obtained the true sun flame, she was afraid that he would not be in the mood for love in a short time. Just as he was about to leave, He hurried over. Guozian sent a message that his subordinates have found a primary magnet mountain. Primary magnet mountain? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He said, primary magnet divine stones are nurtured in the primary magnet mountain, which is a treasure used to condense metal attribute true sun flame. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Where is it located? He had just finished condensing earth attribute true sun flame, and the next thing he needed to condense was metal attribute true sun flame. At this time, Guozian's message was really like a pillow being sent when he was sleepy. He just didn't know if there were primary magnet divine stones above grade 7 in the primary magnet mountain. He handed Yang Kai a jade slip. Yang Kai took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that it was a map, and it was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Star City. He continued, our people are not the only ones who have discovered the primary magnet mountain. There are many others. According to Guozian, someone has already found primary magnet divine stones inside. What grade? Yang Kai asked. There are 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade. He seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and after she finished speaking, her red lips squirmed. Materials above grade 5 are very rare, and it is difficult to find even in the great cosmological realm. You'd better not have too much hope. Yang Kai was non-committal. I'll go take a look. Meng Hong is condensing fire attribute true sun flame. You stay behind and take care of him. I can't be bothered with his life or death. He curled her lips and turned to look at Chen Yu. I'll leave it to you. Chen Yu blinked, pointed at herself, and asked, me? Looking up, there was no trace of Yang Kai and He. The two of them had long since disappeared. After leaving the mansion, Yang Kai soared into the sky, identified the direction a little, and then rushed off in a certain direction with He following closely behind. In a corner of the Star City, 2 figures stood quietly, staring in the direction Yang Kai and He had left. Of the two, one was a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a python robe with a dignified expression, and the other was a fat man. The fat man was none other than Chen Tianfei of Crimson Star. As the Crimson Star's head, Chen Tianfei was also a figure above all in the Star City, but at this moment, he had fallen behind the middle-aged man. Is that the new head? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. Yes, it's him, a boy named Yang Kai, Chen Tianfei replied respectfully. These past few days of recuperation had allowed his body to return to its original fat state. At this moment, his face was glowing red and his face was glowing. Observing his expression, Chen Tianfei carefully asked, "What is the head's plan?" This middle-aged man was the mysterious head of Crimson Star. When the Poison Lady and Gan Hong had died at the hands of Yang Kai, this person had not appeared, but now, for some reason, he had appeared. "What do you want to do?" the head asked indifferently. Chen Tianfei deliberated for a moment before saying, "After all, the Poison Lady and Gan Hong were killed by him. Previously, I had no choice but to admit his position as the head of the family, but this matter has already spread. If I don't give my subordinates an explanation, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince them in the future." "You want to kill him?" the head said. Chen Tianfei said, "It's up to the head." The head said, "If it's really as you say, then this brat can kill the Poison Lady and Gan Hong in such a short period of time, then he is a rare talent. With Kai Xing's current strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill him." Chen Tianfei was shocked. Even the head is not confident. This surprised him quite a bit. He had thought that the head would not let Yang Kai off so easily. If not, how could he and the remaining heads have compromised so easily? But now, listening to the head's words, it seemed that there was no way to deal with Yang Kai. Could it be that they really wanted him to take over the Poison Lady and Gan Hong's position? The head said indifferently, "To be able to kill the Poison Lady and Gan Hong under your joint efforts, this person is already invincible in the Emperor Realm. In the Great Void Realm, this king is not confident in taking him down." Chen Tianfei could not help but widen his eyes. Although Kai Xing was a loose organization, the head had a great background and was extremely insightful. Even he said that Yang Kai was invincible in the Emperor Realm. Chapter 40:10. It was clear that Yang Kai was indeed quite capable to receive such a high evaluation from the head. Chen Tianfei pondered for a moment before saying, "Head means, wait and see." The head turned around and walked towards the seclusion grounds. "It won't be too late to deal with him after we leave the great cosmological abyss. It's just the Emperor Realm." Chen Tianfei cupped his hands and sent him off. Head is wise. The Origin Magnet Mountain was tens of thousands of miles away from the Crimson Star Faction's base, which was beyond the Crimson Star Faction's range. Yang Kai and Yu He sped all the way and spent more than 2 hours to reach their destination. There was a continuous mountain range in front of them. It was unknown how long it was, but it wasn't too high. The mountain peaks were scattered randomly, and they could sense the aura of many cultivator activities in the mountain range. Before he could even get close, Kai Yang felt an extremely strange power lingering around his body. This power had a metallic feel to it, but it wasn't completely metallic. It was extremely strange, and this power was unpredictable. Sometimes it seemed to push and pull, and sometimes it seemed to revolve. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Is this the Origin Magnet Force?" Yu He nodded. "The Origin Magnet Force is unpredictable. If we can use the Origin Magnet Divine Stones to condense the metal element power, we might be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Origin Magnet Force." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was even more certain that he hadn't fully developed the power of the Immortal Tree and Golden Crow Primordial Fire. He was looking forward to the Origin Magnet Mountain. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. It was none other than Guozian. Obviously, he had received the news and specially came to welcome Yang Kai and Yu He. When he got close, Guozian cupped his hands. "Sixth head, seventh head." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "How's the situation?" Guozian said, "We've gained something, but it's not much. They're all Origin Magnet Divine Stones below Grade 3. Let me see." Yang Kai extended his hand. Guozian didn't say a word and handed a stone the size of a millstone to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked down and saw that this thing was pitch black. At first glance, it didn't look special, but upon closer inspection, he could feel the rich metal element power contained within it. The origin magnet force he had felt before was becoming more obvious and direct. Yang Kai nodded lightly and handed the divine essence magnetic stone back, lowering his head to look down below and seeing a group of people bustling about, but we only have about 30 people. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, no need. Since the news has already spread, they can come if they want. If they don't want to come, it's useless to send a message. Guozian agreed. Many people already knew about the origin magnet mountain. The other heads might have also received the news, but they still hadn't seen anyone. They didn't know if they didn't want to come or if they were already on their way. After flying with Guozian for a while, they landed on a mountain top. There were many people busy here. Yang Kai's 30 or so subordinates were all gathered here. There were many holes in the mountain, some deep and some shallow. From time to time, there would be clanking sounds coming from the holes. It was obvious that they were all working hard to find the origin magnet divine stones. Yang Kai turned to Guozian and asked, how do you divide the benefits from the work you've done? Guozian replied, all the benefits are assessed together and then divided according to how much effort each person put in. But generally speaking, the head will take more than half. Yang Kai nodded. More than half was reasonable, but he obviously wasn't going to follow suit. Pass down the order, all origin magnet divine stones below the 5th grade can be kept. There is no need to hand them over. I only want 5th grade and above origin magnet divine stones. If anyone dares to hide them, kill them without mercy. Guozian's expression turned serious when he heard this. 6th head, are you serious? Although Yang Kai only wanted 5th grade and above magnetic divine stones, which sounded a bit like robbery at first glance, it had to be known that after searching here for so long, they had yet to find a single 5th grade divine stone. However, they had already found a few 3rd grade divine stones. In other words, Yang Kai was risking returning empty-handed. On the other hand, as long as the 30 people found 5th grade and below origin magnet divine stones, they could keep them for themselves. From another point of view, this was very beneficial to the 30 people. After all, if Yang Kai imitated what the poison matriarch did in the past, even if they really found 5th grade divine stones, they wouldn't have a share. Yang Kai said, I told you to pass down the order, so do it. Don't talk nonsense. Guozian hurriedly cupped his hands and said, yes. The order was quickly passed down, and the 30 or so people were all extremely excited. They worked even harder to search, and even Guozian went into a hole and disappeared without a trace. Yuhi turned to look at Yang Kai and said, what do you want 5th grade divine stones for? In this vast universe, only she knew that Yang Kai had condensed 7th grade divine stones, so she was a little puzzled at this moment. If I want them, then I'll take them. Yang Kai casually replied. 5th grade divine stones were useless to him, but there would be a day when a lot of his friends and family in the star boundary would come out of this universe. When that time came, they would definitely need them. Yang Kai's own strength was very high, so he naturally didn't care about those low-grade divine stones. 5th grade divine stones were barely the threshold to enter his eyes. There was no harm in making plans for the future. What's more, even if he didn't use them, the value of 5th grade divine stones was still there. Turning his head to look at the mountain to the side, there was no one. Yang Kai flew to the mountain and raised his hand to release the earth dragon. His divine sense surged, and after communicating with it for a while, the earth dragon turned around and plunged into the ground, quickly drilling a large hole. The earth dragon was an exotic beast that lived underground. Digging a hole was a piece of cake for it. Rumbling noises came from the hole, and they soon went far away. The solid rocks could not withstand the corrosive power of the earth dragon's venom. Just this earth dragon alone was equivalent to the efficiency of hundreds of people. Yang Kai didn't stay idle either. He ordered Yuhi to stay in place while he followed the earth dragon and drilled into the ground, releasing his divine sense to search. After a while, he had a harvest. A 3rd grade divine essence magnet stone was in his bag. With the earth dragon leading the way, Yang Kai easily penetrated 1,000 meters into the ground. No one had set foot in the great cosmological realm for thousands of years, so many rare treasures had been born here. The number of divine essence magnet stones in this divine essence magnet mountain was also quite large, and the deeper one went, the denser they became. In just half an hour, Yang Kai had already found 5 or 6 pieces of divine essence magnet stone, but unfortunately, their quality was not very high. The highest was only 3rd grade, and there were even some 1st grade and 2nd grade ones. Not being picky, Yang Kai put them away into his space ring. Although these divine essence magnet stones were not of much use, they could still be sold for some heaven-opening pills. Now that he had run out of heaven-opening pills, and it was Yu He who had paid for the herbs in the star market, Yang Kai felt a little apologetic. As the Earth Dragon continued to explore, His divine sense suddenly rang in his ears, "Come out quickly, something's happened." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, and his figure suddenly came to a stop as he followed the Earth Dragon. His figure flickered as he pushed his space principles and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, Yang Kai had arrived at the mountain peak from before. Looking down, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he saw that below, led by Yu He and Guozian, his subordinates had gathered, but at this moment, they were surrounded by another group of people. The number of people in this group was not small, at least 300 to 400, almost 10 times the number of people on his side. The auras of the leaders were even more powerful, so it was obvious at a glance that they were not pushovers. The two groups of people were facing each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Yang Kai could not help frowning. It seemed that some kind of conflict had occurred, but he had been following the Earth Dragon to search for divine essence magnet stones on another mountain peak before, so he did not know what was going on here. With a flicker, Yang Kai arrived beside Yu He and glanced at the other side's people before asking, "What's wrong?" Yu He smiled bitterly and flipped her hand, summoning a fist-sized divine essence magnet stone. However, although this divine essence magnet stone still had a pitch-black luster, there were some unpredictable colors flowing on its surface. A strange force lingered around this divine essence magnet stone, no different from the divine essence magnet Yang Kai had felt before. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "What grade is it?" He could tell at a glance that this divine essence magnet stone was different from the others. It was on a completely different level from the 3rd-rank divine stones he had found before. Although this divine stone was much smaller, its quality was extremely high. 5th rank. Yu He replied, "My subordinate found this thing and shouted out in excitement, leading them here." Saying so, she turned her head and glanced at a thin man beside her. This 5th-rank divine stone was obviously found by this man. At this moment, the man's face was filled with guilt as he secretly blamed himself for being too careless. He was simply too excited at the time and could not control himself. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen a 5th-rank material. So it was because he was greedy. Yang Kai understood and reached out to take the 5th-rank divine stone, stuffing it directly into his space ring before patting the thin man on the shoulder and praising, "Well done, I'll remember your contribution." The man was startled when he heard this and looked up at Yang Kai, his face filled with excitement. He had thought that the 6th young master would scold him for acting rashly, but unexpectedly, not only was he not reprimanded, he was even praised. This new 6th young master seemed to be a little different. At this moment, one of the people on the other side stepped forward and shouted, "It's you, you little bastard." As he spoke, he gnashed his teeth, as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between him and Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyes and found that this person was somewhat familiar. Obviously, he had seen him somewhere before. After taking a closer look, he could not help grinning. "We meet again." This guy was none other than Bi Jian, whom Yang Kai had met a few months ago on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Chapter 4011. Since Bi Jian was here, there was no need to think about the background of the people gathered here. They were definitely from the Thunder Light sect. A few months ago, in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bi Jian had led the Thunder Light sect's group to collect a lot of dragonblood flowers. However, they were intimidated by the might of Yang Kai's Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon, so they had no choice but to leave behind all their gains and retreat. At that time, Bi Jian did not have many subordinates he could use. Dealing with a Scarlet Flood Dragon was already a difficult task, and with the addition of an earth dragon, he could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Every time he thought about it over the past few months, he would be filled with hatred and secretly vowed to take revenge when he saw Yang Kai again. However, the great cosmological realm was not small, and he did not know where Yang Kai was, so there was naturally no way to take revenge. He did not expect to meet him in Origin Magnet Mountain today. Naturally, when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. After recognizing Yang Kai, Bi Jian sneered, "Brat, to think you would have such a day. I told you long ago to leave some leeway when doing things. I wanted to see you again in the future, but you insisted on killing me. Let's see if you die today." That day in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bi Jian admitted that his strength was inferior and had proposed to leave half of the dragonblood flowers behind, but Yang Kai did not agree. In the end, Bi Jian had no choice but to leave everything behind in order to escape unscathed. Now that he met Yang Kai in Origin Magnet Mountain, he naturally wanted to vent the hatred in his heart and repay the humiliation of that day. Yang Kai chuckled, "Whether I die or not depends on whether you have the ability." "You know him?" An elderly man beside Bi Jian asked. He could also see that there should be some grudges between Bi Jian and Yang Kai. Bi Jian sneered, "Brother Zhu, do you remember Crouching Dragon Mountain I told you about before?" Old man Zhu raised his eyebrows. "It's him? It's him." Bi Jian gritted his teeth. At that time, he controlled two powerful exotic beasts, so this king had no choice but to temporarily avoid them. "I have been searching for him for the past few months, but unfortunately, I did not find him. I did not expect to meet him here." Old man Zhu nodded slightly. "Since that is the case, there is no need to be polite." Raising his eyes to look at Yang Kai, he said, "Little brat, I heard that you obtained a lot of dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obediently hand over those dragon blood flowers and the grade 5 divine stone you just obtained. Perhaps you can still live. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Dragon blood flowers to be, which heaven-opening heaven realm cultivator would not to covet them? Once one's strength reached the heaven-opening realm, besides slowly increasing one's grade, heaven-opening realm experts would focus on cultivating their physical body. The dragon blood flower was a treasure needed to cultivate one's physical body. If he could obtain those dragon blood flowers, Old Man Zhu was confident he could raise the quality of his physical body by several levels. At that time, even if his grade didn't increase, his strength would greatly increase. As for the 5th rank divine stone, he naturally couldn't let it go either. A 5th rank divine stone was worth at least 1,500,000 heaven-opening pills. "Master Zhu, Lord Yang is my Crimson Star's 6th manager. For you to be so aggressive, do you want to declare war on my Crimson Star?" Guozian took a step forward and said firmly. Bi Jian and the old man surnamed Zhu were both taken aback by these words. Old man Zhu sized up Guozian and suddenly asked, "You are from Crimson Star?" Whether it was Thunder Light Sect or Crimson Star, both had dominated Star City for hundreds or thousands of years and had many dealings with each other. As Crimson Star's great commander, Guozian was naturally not a nobody. Old man Zhu had seen him a few times before, but he had not paid much attention to him. Hearing him say this, Old man Zhu came to a realization. Guozian quickly said, "Yes." Bi Jian was even more stunned. "Isn't Crimson Star's 6th manager the Poison Matriarch? When did it become this boy?" Guozian said, "The Poison Matriarch has fallen. This is my Crimson Star's new 6th manager." Bi Jian and Old Man Zhu looked at each other in dismay when they heard this, unable to believe that the Poison Matriarch had actually died. That woman was a poison master, and even the two of them did not dare provoke her lightly. They did not know how the Poison Matriarch had died and who killed her. However, Guozian was a great commander of Crimson Star. Since he had said so, it was definitely not wrong. Bi Jian snorted and said, "Your Crimson Star is really getting worse and worse. You actually appointed someone from the Emperor realm as your 6th manager. Is there no one else in Crimson Star that you can use?" Old Man Zhu also snorted, "So what if it is Crimson Star? It's not like my Thunder Light Sect has never fought with your Crimson Star before. Who is afraid of who?" Guozian's face sank. "Are you two not going to give me face?" Old Man Zhu shouted angrily, "What face do you have? Enough nonsense. If you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over that thing. Bi Jian raised his hand and said calmly, Guozian, I'll show you the way. Do you want to listen or not? Guozian frowned and said, Master Bi Jian, if you have something to say, just say it. Bi Jian grinned at Yang Kai and pointed at him, saying, he's dead for sure today. No one can save him. If you don't want to die, surrender obediently and join my Thunder Light sect. You may live. Yang Kai only had 30 people around him, but Thunder Light sect had dispatched 300 people this time. With a tenfold difference in numbers, it was almost a crushing situation in the great cosmological realm. Even if Yang Kai had the ability to reach the heavens, he could forget about escaping safely. However, it was not bad to admire his despair before killing him. Bi Jian was not worried about the choice of Crimson Star and the others. If they surrendered, they would naturally follow their wishes. If they were stubborn, he would just kill them all. At the moment of life and death, there would always be someone who would make a wise choice. I will only count to 3. Those who do not come forward after 3 breaths will be killed without mercy. Bi Jian raised his hand high and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. Dragging out his last word, he shouted, 1. With this shout, the 30 people behind Yang Kai suddenly became restless, all of them panicking and wearing ugly expressions. 2. Bi Jian shouted again, and his raised fingers became 2. The 300 people of Thunder Light sect secretly urged their strength, as if they were ready to kill the enemy at any time. The silent pressure made most of Crimson Star's people pale. In just a short moment, there were people who could not bear the threat of death and quickly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, shouting, I surrender, don't kill me. With one person, 2 more followed, and in an instant, 7 or 8 people rushed out. Guozian's eyes were filled with anger as he cursed, a bunch of idiots, my Crimson Star and Thunder Light sect have been fighting for many years, and the blood feud between us is irreconcilable. Even if you surrender, what kind of good days will you have in the future? It is better to follow the 2 masters and open a bloody path. Even if you die here, don't bring shame to my Crimson Star's name. As soon as these words came out, the people who were still a little restless immediately extinguished their thoughts. What Guozian said was right. Crimson Star and Thunder Light sect had been fighting for many years, and the hatred between them was irreconcilable. At this time, even if they could keep their lives, they would suffer a fate worse than death in the future, so they might as well give it a try. However, not everyone thought so. After the 7 or 8 people left, nearly 10 people rushed to Thunder Light sect's side. Yang Kai did not have many people under his command, and now that nearly 20 people had run away, only a dozen or so people remained behind him, forming a sharp contrast with the hundreds of people from Thunder Light sect. Guozian's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the defectors, wishing he could rush up and tear them to pieces, but now that he could not even protect himself, how could he spare the energy to kill these traitors? Bi Jian laughed loudly and proudly declared, Crimson Star, you're nothing but trash. This king casually threatened you and you all turned into a mass of scattered sand. How could you accomplish anything? The people from Thunder Light sect also burst into laughter. Bi Jian's expression suddenly became cold as he snorted, this king hates defectors the most, they have no sense of responsibility at all. What use is there in keeping such people? Cut them all down. As soon as these words fell, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator who had rushed to Thunder Light sect's side changed greatly, but before they could beg for mercy, they were enveloped by an overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. Not even a scream could be heard as the dozen or so people died on the spot. The smell of blood soared into the sky as more than a dozen mutilated corpses were strewn across the mountain, the aftermath of the energy slowly spreading out. The dozen or so people standing behind Yang Kai watched in horror, secretly rejoicing that they had not rushed over just now, otherwise, the ones lying on the ground would have been their own corpses. But now, their lives were still in the hands of others, and facing an enemy dozens of times their number, their chances of survival were slim. Guozian glared at him and said, You went back on your word. Bi Jian chuckled, So what if I did? Guozian ground his teeth. Although he hated those defectors and wished he could personally kill them to vent his anger, seeing them being killed by Thunder Light sect like this, he could not help feeling sad and angry. Secretly regretting it, if he had known this would happen, he would have sent a message to the other masters and asked them to bring more people over. Now that he only had a dozen or so people on his side, surrounded by hundreds of enemy forces, he was afraid that today would be a disaster. Thinking of this, Guoziyan approached Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Two masters, when the battle starts, leave immediately. This humble one will be responsible for bringing up the rear. I only hope that if there is a chance in the future, you will avenge my brothers." Yang Kai turned to look at him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "When it comes to taking revenge, I have never liked to delay it." Guoziyan was stunned. "Sixth master." Yang Kai smiled at him, "You are very good." Regardless of the reason why Guoziyan hadn't defected, just based on the words he had just said and his promise to bring up the rear for Yang Kai would definitely ensure his safety. Previously, he only thought that Guoziyan was a taciturn person, but now he knew that his character was not bad. It seemed that Kai Xing had assigned him a very good commander. He pursed her lips and chuckled, "You have not seen our sixth master's ability. Today is a good opportunity to broaden your horizons." Guoziyan was confused and looked at the two masters in a daze. They were clearly surrounded by hundreds of people and their lives were hanging by a thread, but they were still able to talk and laugh like this, full of confidence. Although he did not know where their confidence came from, Guoziyan's heroic spirit was aroused and he quickly said, "Two masters, please give the order, even if it is a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, this humble one will go." *Pa. Bi Jian clapped his hands and chuckled, "What a good show of filial piety, truly touching." His face suddenly sank and he said in a cold voice, "But this is meaningless, today you will all die here." Chapter 40:12. Who will die and who will live has yet to be determined. Don't boast so early. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly as he shook the Six Directions Rui pouch. With a boom, a colossal creature appeared. The crimson flood dragon's roar shook the heavens as a scorching aura lingered around its 30-meter-long body. The crimson scales that covered its body were incomparably sturdy. It raised its house-sized head and looked down at the world. Feeling the might of this vicious creature, everyone from Thunder Light Sect turned pale with fright, especially those who had followed Bi Jian and fought with the crimson flood dragon in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Their faces turned pale. Last time, they had quite a number of people and had fought a great battle with the crimson flood dragon under Bi Jian's lead. However, in the end, they were all covered in dust and grime. If it weren't for Bi Jian's prompt decision to retreat quickly, many people would have died that day. Learning from their mistakes, how could they not be afraid when they saw the crimson flood dragon again? "It's this damn thing again." Bi Jian's face darkened. He never would have thought that the crimson flood dragon would actually follow by Yang Kai's side. He hadn't seen the crimson flood dragon and the earth dragon before and thought that the two mutated beasts had abandoned Yang Kai. Now, he knew that Yang Kai could summon them at will. Old Man Zhu's eyes lit up as he stared at the Six Directions Rui pouch in Yang Kai's hand and greedily said, "Good treasure." He could tell at a glance that this pouch was a space artifact that could hold living things. Otherwise, how could the crimson flood dragon be summoned so easily? Yang Kai stared deeply at him and grinned. He waved his hand and said, "Kill them all." A dragon's roar shook the heavens as the crimson flood dragon rushed out like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. It opened its huge mouth and spat out raging flames that attacked the people from Thunder Light Sect. The flames that were scorching hot enough to burn all things instantly swept through the entire area. There were too many people from Thunder Light Sect, more than 300 of them. There were people everywhere, so the crimson flood dragon didn't need to choose anything to attack. It only needed to spit out flames. When the crimson flood dragon moved, Thunder Light Sect was shocked. Bi Jian sternly shouted, "Spread out, be careful of this beast." Even though his shout wasn't too late, there were still people who couldn't avoid it in time. The main reason was that the appearance of the scarlet flood dragon was too sudden, and no one was prepared for it. The scorching flames instantly enveloped 7 or 8 people. Pained screams rang out, and those people turned into 7 or 8 balls of fire. This was not the end. While the crimson flood dragon spat out fire, its enormous body coiled and coiled. With a rumbling sound, it instantly broke apart the Thunder Light's formation, separating several hundred people. A strong and powerful tail swept out, bringing with it a terrifying and irresistible force, sweeping towards the Thunder Light Sect's members. Those who stood in its way died upon contact, or were injured upon contact. When the Scarlet Flood Dragon attacked, everyone from Thunder Light was flustered. However, after merely 3 breaths of time, there were attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth that flew towards the Scarlet Jiao. Having a large body had its disadvantages, and the attacks it received were also many. Those destructive attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing sparks to fly and scales to fall off. In an instant, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was riddled with wounds. The Scarlet Flood Dragon cried out in pain. Not only did the pain of being attacked not cause it to retreat, but it instead stimulated its vicious beast's brutality. Forcibly enduring the various attacks, it rushed in front of a group of Thunder Light Sect's disciples and spat out flames. Pained screams rang out again, and the dozen or so Thunder Light Sect's disciples in front all turned into balls of fire, rolling on the ground. In the midst of this chaos, Yong-kai also brazenly attacked. Under the urging of space principles, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet became as viscous as a swamp, making it difficult for all the enemies here to move or circulate the energy in their bodies. With a raise of his hand, pitch-black moon blades cut through the void and shot out in all directions. Those who stood in his way were all cut in half at the waist. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere. The small mountain top suddenly became like purgatory. Guozian was stunned, and so were the dozen or so people from Kaixing. Only he seemed to have expected this, her eyes fixed on Yang-Kai's movements, but there was also a strange light in her beautiful eyes. For Kaixing and the other dozen or so people, what they saw today was really hard to believe. Although they had long heard from different sources that this new 6th manager had killed Poison Lady and Gan Hong by himself and taken the position of 6th manager, after all, they had not seen the battle with their own eyes. What's more, on that day, Kaixing and the other managers were suppressed by Yang-Kai to the point of being unable to breathe. Therefore, except for a few people, no one knew just how terrifying Yang-Kai was. Until now, Guozian had watched the cultivator belonging to Lei Guang fall like straw in front of Yang-Kai. No one was able to block the dark crescent moon-like attack. Even if some people were able to stimulate their protective strength, they would still be easily broken through and die. Only now did Guozian realize just how terrifying this new 6th manager was. This crescent moon-like attack contained extremely mysterious power fluctuations that were unfathomable and definitely not something an ordinary person could comprehend. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 30 people had fallen at the hands of Yang-Kai, all of them dying extremely miserable deaths. This kind of battle record was even more ferocious than Kai Jiao's. It turns out, this new 6th manager is so powerful. Guozian stared at this scene in a daze, the blood in his chest surging up, causing his mouth to go dry. Raising his hand, he summoned out a long stick-shaped artifact and rushed forward in quick steps. Yuhi grabbed him back and stared at him. "What are you doing?" "Helping," Guozian replied without hesitation. Yuhi sneered, "What can you do to help? If you really rush over, he will have to take care of you. Don't cause trouble and just obediently stay behind me." Saying so, she grabbed Guozian's collar and threw him back. Guozian was speechless, but thinking about it, he knew that the 7th manager was right. Although he was strong, this was the great cosmological boundary after all. He couldn't display the strength of a heaven-opening realm master, so in this chaotic situation, he really couldn't help much. If he really rushed over, he would only cause more trouble. Although he was unwilling, he could only endure. Yuhi chuckled, "If someone really needs to help, it should be me. It's not your turn yet, just watch quietly." In fact, she didn't know to what extent Yang-Kai could reach, but she knew that Yang-Kai possessed the space principles and could always run away if he couldn't win, so she wasn't too worried about Yang-Kai's safety. As the two spoke, nearly 30 people fell to the ground, either killed by scarlet flood dragons or cut down by moonblades. None of them were injured, all of them dying on the spot. Since the start of the battle, only a few dozen breaths had passed, yet more than 50 to 60 people from Thunder Light Sect had fallen. Even though Thunder Light Sect had a large number of people, they couldn't withstand such a terrifying consumption. Old Man Zhu's eyes widened in anger while Bi Jian's heart burned with anxiety. Neither of them had expected young Kai to be so fierce. They had thought that they could rely on their absolute advantage in numbers to defeat him, but who knew that they would be slaughtered like falling flowers? Was this still the Emperor realm? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them. One man and one scarlet flood dragon had actually caused Thunder Light Sect's several hundred people to panic. What are you all afraid of? He's only one person, fight back, you idiots. Bi Jian shouted angrily. Old Man Zhu also began to shout. Under the organization of the two, Thunder Light Sect's people finally managed to stabilize the situation. Previously, they had been caught off guard by the Scarlet Flood Dragon's shocking appearance, and then they had been slaughtered by Yang Kai, causing rivers of blood to flow. Thunder Light Sect's people were truly frightened, but now that they heard Bi Jian and Old Man Zhu's shouts, they finally reacted. Their opponent was only one person, so no matter how strong he was, could two fists be a match for four hands? After paying the painful price of over 100 casualties, Thunder Light Sect's people managed to stabilize the situation. The small teams quickly gathered together and worked together. Rumbling sounds rang out, and on the small mountain top, the yuan qi of heaven and earth became chaotic. The violent energy caused the void to shatter and the universe to turn upside down. Countless attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing it to continuously roar in anger. Its huge body tumbled, its scales falling off, and its entire body was covered in blood. Not only was the Scarlet Flood Dragon besieged, but Yang Kai was also unable to dodge. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from all directions. Yang Kai simply could not dodge. He also did not have any thoughts of dodging. His body shook, and when the Tao seal in his body blossomed with light, a thick and solid earth elemental power erupted. Around him, transparent rhombus-shaped shields enveloped him, leaving not the slightest gap. The rhombus-shaped shields were filled with the majesty of a giant dragon, and they were constantly rotating, changing unpredictably. Dragon Shield. When he absorbed the Earth Dragon's Dragon Pearl in Crouching Dragon Mountain and condensed the Earth elemental power, he comprehended the secret technique from the Dragon Pearl. This technique should be the Earth Dragon's innate dragon technique, and it was hidden in the Dragon Pearl. If it were anyone else, even if they obtained the Dragon Pearl, they might not necessarily be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. At most, they would be able to condense the Earth elemental power. However, Yang Kai had blood flowing in his body, which came from the same source as the Earth Dragon, so it was natural that he would be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. This was the first time Yang Kai used this technique against an enemy. He didn't know what kind of effect it would have, so he secretly activated his space principles, preparing to exile himself at any moment. An instant after the Dragon Shield secret technique was used, there was a series of rumbling sounds as a barrage of attacks enveloped Yang Kai. In an instant, there was a brilliant flash of light, and Yang Kai's figure disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Bi Jian sinisterly laughed. Let's see if you can still survive this time. His heart was filled with joy. Yang Kai's previous performance had been too shocking. He had never seen such a savage person from the Emperor realm before. If such a person was allowed to mature, who in this world could be his opponent? At that time, the first person he would kill would probably be Bi Jian. However, no matter how talented a genius was, they still needed time and space to grow. If they died midway, it wouldn't be a big deal. With over 100 attacks landing on his body, Bi Jian didn't believe that Yang Kai would be able to survive. Even a heaven-opening realm cultivator would have to avoid such an attack, let alone Yang Kai from the Emperor realm. Sixth Mistress. Guozian cried out in alarm. His expression was extremely gloomy. Although she forced herself to remain calm, her tightly clenched fists revealed the nervousness in her heart. Chapter 40:13. How could he not be nervous? There were too many people from Thunder Light Sect, so the number of attacks they sent out was just as great. The power of the secret techniques and artifacts they sent out was something no one could face head-on. Yang Kai's figure was completely submerged. The aftermath gradually subsided, and under everyone's watchful eyes, a heroic figure stood in place, completely unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Bi Jian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets while old man Zhu cried out in alarm, "Impossible." Yuhi breathed a sigh of relief as she clutched her towering chest. Just now, she had been so nervous that her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. The people from Thunder Light sect who attacked were also dumbfounded. They all thought that young Kai would die without a doubt under such an attack, but who knew that not only was he not dead, there wasn't even the slightest injury on his body. How did he do it? Young Kai grinned and smiled silently. The dragon shield technique really lived up to his expectations and was incomparably sturdy. Although it couldn't block all the attacks, the effect was beyond his expectations. After all, this was the Earth Dragon's natal secret technique and it was stimulated by the Earth attribute condensed from the dragon bead, so it was truly extraordinary. Of the hundreds of attacks, at least half were blocked before the dragon shield around him shattered. The moment the dragon shield shattered, Yang Kai immediately banished himself into the void to avoid the remaining attacks. If not for this, how could he have remained unscathed? The chaotic power and dazzling light concealed his movements, causing everyone to mistakenly think that this was all the work of the dragon shield. Even Yuhi thought so. Many people from Thunder Light sect showed looks of despair. If the dragon shield secret technique was so powerful, who could have hurt Yang Kai? Bi Jian's eyelids twitched violently as he ground his teeth so hard they almost shattered. Looking up, he happened to meet Yang Kai's playful eyes. Instinctively, his heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme danger enveloped his body. Without even thinking about it, Bi Jian hurriedly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai shouted as he raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon spear, thrusting it forward bravely. A dragon's roar resounded as the spear swept through the air, stirring up a rain of blood. Anyone who blocked the spear's path was killed on the spot. Along the way, more than a dozen Thunder Light sect disciples could not dodge in time and exploded into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was infinitely shortened. The black dragon spear rapidly enlarged in Bi Jian's vision, wrapped in the aura of death. Bi Jian was scared out of his wits. He felt a chill from head to toe. He shouted, "Brother Zhu, save me." At the same time, the long sword in his hand danced, turning into a sky full of sword light that enveloped Yang Kai. At this critical moment of life and death, Bi Jian also erupted with his full strength. As the long sword in his hand danced, he raised his hand and summoned out a flag-like artifact. This artifact exploded in the air and turned into a white light that enveloped him. This flag-like artifact was a one-time consumable defensive artifact, and its value was definitely not cheap. Old man Zhu heard Bi Jian's shout and turned his head to see Yang Kai stabbing with his spear, forcing Bi Jian to continuously retreat. Old man Zhu couldn't help but shout, "Impudent Junior." As he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's back. As the fist flew out, the wind and clouds surged, and the huge fist shadow struck Kai Yang's back. Yang Kai was suddenly struck and staggered, but he didn't stop moving forward. Under the force of his attack, Bi Jian's sword light was shattered. The black dragon spear continued forward without slowing down, directly piercing the white light covering Bi Jian's body. The all-encompassing black dragon spear was actually unable to break through this lustrous white barrier. That layer of barrier looked incomparably weak, but it was extremely resilient. After being struck by the black dragon spear, it fiercely caved in, but at the critical moment, it blocked this killing blow. Bi Jian's eyes were filled with fear as he broke out in a cold sweat. At this critical moment of life and death, the ferocious nature hidden deep in his heart was aroused. Instead of retreating, he thrust his sword towards Yang Kai's eyes, the tip of his sword pulsing with sword light. Obviously, it contained a great deal of killing power. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Break!" The Dao seal in Yang Kai's body released a brilliant light and a violent fire attribute energy poured into the black dragon spear. The originally simple and unadorned black dragon spear instantly became incomparably red, like a piece of burning iron. With a loud bang, the white light covering Bi Jian suddenly broke apart and the black dragon spear pierced into his shoulder. At the same time, Bi Jian's sword slashed across Yang Kai's brow. Golden dragon blood splashed out and Yang Kai's vision instantly blurred. Bi Jian staggered backwards, his face filled with resentment. If it weren't for Yang Kai's spear exploding with power, causing his movements to deviate slightly, this sword strike wouldn't have just injured Yang Kai's brow, it would have directly pierced his eyes. However, such an opportunity couldn't be missed and it would be difficult to obtain another one. In this momentary confrontation, both of them were injured and the scene could only be described as tragic. Not giving Kai Yang a chance to catch his breath, the old man surnamed Zhu had already charged in from behind. Who knows when, but the old man had raised 2 axes in his hands. Brandishing them, he chopped down towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai turned around and thrust his spear towards the axes, causing an irresistible force to erupt. Old man Zhu's eyes bulged as his axes flew out of his hands and he couldn't stop himself from retreating. Old man Zhu was shocked. This young man is so strong. Old man Zhu had a 4th-order heaven opening cultivation, so he was able to retreat unscathed from Yang Kai's attack, but the Thunder Light sect members who followed him weren't so lucky. The Azure Dragon Spear thrust out again and again, no matter what Emperor Realm Master they were, or what kind of power they condensed, the spear swept through and killed more than a dozen people on the spot. Hong long long. Another round of attacks flew towards Yang Kai from all directions, but this time, before the attacks could reach him, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. All of the attacks hit nothing but air. Teleporting, Yang Kai appeared in front of Bi Jian and, under Bi Jian's horrified gaze, thrust his spear straight at him. Bi Jian's face was ashen. Just now, he had been able to block Yang Kai's spear completely by relying on the power of his artifact. How could he use it now? Hastily, Bi Jian madly pushed his strength to resist. But as soon as he did, he immediately discovered an abnormality in his body. He didn't know when it had started, but a violent heat had appeared in his body, one that seemed capable of burning everything in the world. This heat flowed through his meridians and into his physique, wantonly incinerating everything. In that instant, Bi Jian realized that there was something strange about the spear that Yang Kai had used to injure him. But what was the use of figuring it out now? The heat that was enough to make his blood boil swept through his entire body, making it impossible for him to circulate his strength with all his heart. With a flash of the spear, the Azure Dragon Spear pierced through Bi Jian's head, entering from the forehead and coming out from the back of his head. Bi Jian's eyes instantly widened as his body froze on the spot. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he, a 4th-grade heaven splitter, would die at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but he was powerless to reverse the situation, leaving only deep regret. If you can still reincarnate, remember to open your eyes and see clearly who you can provoke and who you can't. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. With a shake of the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand, Bi Jian's head immediately exploded. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before crashing to the ground. Bi Jian's master had been killed. Died at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. All the Thunder Light sect disciples who saw this scene were horrified. They were all stunned on the spot, not daring to act rashly. They had all seen Yang Kai's madness when he killed people just now, so how could they dare to make any moves at this time? In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely silent. 300 meters away, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's 90-meter-long body moved back and forth, roaring incessantly as it tangled with another group of Thunder Light sect disciples. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon was a great Void Realm fierce beast with extraordinary strength and had killed many people in the battle, it was still a strange beast after all. At this moment, it was already showing signs of decline. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and countless pieces of its scarlet scales had fallen off. The most terrifying wound was that it had almost been cut in half at the waist. It was surrounded by hundreds of people at all times. Attacks after attacks were continuously thrown at it, constantly wearing down its strength. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was in danger. It roared incessantly. Yang Kai looked up and snorted coldly. In a flash, he stood on top of the Scarlet Flood Dragon's head that was as large as a house. Using the Black Dragon Spear to his side, his hands rapidly formed seals. As the seals changed, a mysterious force lingered around Yang Kai's body. A low chant slowly came out, flowing time Great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. When the palm came down, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone's thoughts paused for a moment. Even Yu-hee and the others who were watching from afar were a little confused at this moment. By the time they came back to their senses, that palm had already come crashing down. Yang Kai's palm was aimed at the densest part of the crowd. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal enveloped nearly 20 people. Under the erosion of the principles of time, those 20 people's hair instantly turned white and fell off. Their flesh and blood dried up, and their vitality declined. The Scarlet Flood Dragon took advantage of the situation and swept out with its divine dragon tail. More than 20 people who didn't understand what was going on exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Seeing this scene, Old Man Zhu's eyelids twitched wildly as he howled in grief in his heart. One man and one flood dragon, how could they be so fierce? Thunderlight Sect's 300 people were killed without any strength to fight back. If he hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed it. Undefeatable, undefeatable. Thunderlight Sect had come aggressively this time, but not only had they lost over 100 people, even a master like Bijian had died on the spot. It could be said that their losses were extremely heavy. Gritting his teeth, Old Man Zhu turned to look at Yu-hee and the others who had been watching the battle not far away. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me." They couldn't beat Yang Kai and that beast, but could they not do anything to Kai Xing and the others? As long as they could take down these people, Thunderlight Sect wouldn't lose too badly this time. At that time, they would be able to negotiate terms with Yang Kai. At the very least, the remaining people would be able to escape unscathed. With a single order, several dozen people gathered around Old Man Zhu. With Old Man Zhu in the lead, they rushed towards Yu-hee and the others. Kai Xing's dozen people were still immersed in the shock of what they had seen today, unable to recover for a long time. All of them had thought that they would definitely die today, but who would have thought that the sixth young master would be so powerful? Chapter 40:14. Seeing this, Kai Xing's dozen or so Kai Xing disciples were pleasantly surprised and excited, each of their faces filled with pride as they rejoiced that they had not defected before, otherwise, they would not have been able to witness such a great battle. When they turned their heads, they saw Old Man Zhu leading several dozen people to attack them. They immediately tensed up. For the sixth elder to be able to kill hundreds of people, that was because of his ability, but it did not mean that Lei Guang was a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. They had fought with Lei Guang countless times and both sides had suffered losses, so they naturally knew how difficult and powerful the other side was. Now that several dozen people had rushed over, including a master like Old Man Zhu, how could they be their opponent? All eyes turned towards Yu-hee and Guoziyan, waiting for them to give orders. Guoziyan gripped the long staff artifact in his hand, his blood boiling as an eager look appeared on his face. After witnessing the might of the sixth young master with his own eyes, he could not wait to charge forward and disregard his own life and death. Yu-hee's expression was extremely solemn as she stepped forward and shouted, "Don't act rashly." Saying so, she summoned her small flower umbrella artifact and gently twisted its handle, causing it to begin rotating. As this small flower umbrella spun, its surface suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping the dozen or so people on her side. At the same time, a silk-like object hung down from the edge of the umbrella, transforming into an invisible barrier. Old Man Zhu, who was at the front, gritted his teeth and roared as he swung the axe in his hand downwards. The several dozen people behind him also did not hesitate to use their respective artifacts and secret techniques to attack. In an instant, the protective barrier around Kai Xing's group began to ripple, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. The ripples spread out and turned into layers of ripples. Yu-hee quickly formed a seal with her hands and poured her strength into the small flower umbrella, but even with her fifth order splitting the heaven's foundation, she could not maintain this barrier for long. In just 10 breaths, the small flower umbrella began to flicker wildly, its color dimming, and the barrier around Kai Xing's group was also on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before this layer of protection was completely broken. At that time, apart from Yu-hee and Guoziyan, who might be able to escape with their lives, the remaining dozen or so Scarlet Star disciples would definitely die without a complete corpse. After struggling to hold on for another 3 breaths, Yuhi could no longer hold on and shouted, "Eldest young master, if you don't come to help, I'll die. He's here." Yang Kai stepped out from Kai Jiao's head and arrived above Old Man Zhu's head, his space principles surging as he swung the azure dragon spear downwards. At the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black sphere that contained an aura of absolute annihilation. Feeling the destructive power to kill Old Man Zhu's face changed greatly, raising his hands to meet the spear's attack. With a loud bang, the black ball on the tip of the azure dragon spear suddenly expanded and instantly covered an area of a few hundred feet. Then, it disappeared in a flash. In this instant, everything within the range of a few hundred feet, including the void, disappeared, leaving only a black hole that transmitted the aura of primal chaos. The black hole wriggled and slowly repaired itself under the effect of the world principles. As for the dozen or so Thunder Light sect disciples within a radius of several tens of zhong, they actually disappeared without a trace, without even letting out a miserable shriek. 1,000 feet away, Old Man Zhu's eyelids twitched wildly as he stared at the black hole in horror. Just now, he had escaped quickly when he saw the situation turn bad, otherwise, he would have been seriously injured or killed by Yang Kai's attack. Lowering his head, he saw that his 2 broad axes had been beaten until their brilliance had dimmed, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. After the first spear attack, Yang Kai fired 2 more spears, killing a dozen or so Thunder Light sect disciples. The remaining people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, saving Yuhi and the others from danger. Turning his head to look over, the Scarlet Flood Dragon had also stabilized the situation. He had helped it over there for a while just now and had reduced a lot of pressure for it. At this moment, it was filled with rage, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it chased after the Thunder Light sect disciples around it, completely ignoring its own terrible injuries. After all, it was a vicious beast, so it had almost lost what little rationality it had. Yang Kai gripped his spear and looked up at Old Man Zhu, pointing his spear forward and grinning at him, "Old dog, die." Old Man Zhu was terrified. At their peak, the 2 of them had led hundreds of disciples, but they had still been defeated by Yang Kai and Kai Jiao. Now that half of them had been killed or injured, how could they have the courage to fight again? In his heart, he cursed Bi Jian. He didn't know where he had offended this death god, but he was actually so terrifying. With this person overseeing Crimson Star, what could Thunder Light sect use to compete? His thoughts changed, but his figure did not stop. A bloody mist burst from his body as he turned into a bloody light and fled into the distance. Seeing that the situation was not good, he directly fled, not even caring about the 100 or so remaining subordinates. With Old Man Zhu fleeing, how could his subordinates still have the heart to fight? They all abandoned their opponents and scattered like birds and beasts. Staring at the fleeing blood-red light, Yang Kai grinned and muttered, "Running away? Do you think you can escape?" Turning his spear, he activated his space principles and chased after him. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A sorrowful cry suddenly came from the depths of the earth, followed by a series of tremors as a ray of light suddenly shot up from a nearby mountain. This light was twisted and unpredictable as it soared into the sky, piercing a hole in the heavens, allowing everyone within 1,000 kilometers to see it clearly. Following this ray of light was a huge body about 300 meters long. Surprisingly, it was the Earth Dragon Yang Kai had released before. The Earth Dragon had been searching for divine essence magnet stones at the foot of the mountain next door and had not been summoned by Yang Kai during this battle, but now it had rushed out on its own. However, the Earth Dragon seemed to have encountered something and was now covered in wounds. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed out with the ray of light, spraying blood into the sky as it let out a sorrowful cry. Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he couldn't help turning his head to look. He no longer had the energy to look for trouble with Old Man Zhu. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds rang out as artifacts flew out from the ground, as if an invisible hand was grabbing them and throwing them into the ray of light. These artifacts belonged to the people from Thunder Light sect who had been killed by Yang Kai and Kai Jiao before. After these people died, their artifacts were naturally scattered on the ground, untouched by anyone. Not only were these ownerless artifacts affected, But even the artifacts in the hands of those who were still alive were also being pulled into the ray of light by an invisible force. Yang Kai could clearly see that many of the fleeing Thunder Light sect cultivators had their artifacts sucked away in a moment of carelessness. They could only watch helplessly as their artifacts were sucked away. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to recall their artifacts. On Kai Xing's side, the long staff in Guoziyan's hand also shook violently, scaring Guoziyan so much that he hurriedly put it away, an inexplicable look on his face. All the artifacts that were sucked into the ray of light dimmed in just a few breaths and lost their spirituality, turning into scrap iron. Divine essence fused light. Yuhi cried out as her beautiful eyes stared at the ray of light soaring into the sky. In a moment of carelessness, her little flower umbrella, which had been damaged by Yuan Qi, was restored to its original form and shot towards the divine essence-fused light. Yuhi was shocked and cried out in grief, "My umbrella!" Reaching out to grab it, Yuhi quickly tried to recall it with her divine sense, but her little flower umbrella was no longer under her control, so it was too late for her to chase after it. Seeing her little flower umbrella about to be sucked away by the divine essence-fused light just like those artifacts, Yuhi's eyes turned red. This little flower umbrella was of extraordinary significance to her. It was given to her by a very important person in her life, and she had always regarded it as a precious treasure. Today, she had used it and damaged it, but now that she was in danger of losing it, her beautiful face suddenly paled. A figure flashed in her field of vision and a big hand grabbed her little flower umbrella, preventing it from being sucked away by the divine essence-fused light. Yuhi was pleasantly surprised as she stared at this figure with her beautiful eyes, her heartfelt gratitude overflowing from her heart. Mid-air, Yang Kai clenched his little flower umbrella and frowned slightly. Although he had teleported to stop this artifact at the critical moment, he could clearly feel an incredible suction force coming from the divine essence-fused light, trying to suck away the little flower umbrella in his hand. This divine essence-fused light was really strange. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Yuhi and handed her little flower umbrella. Yuhi received it with a smile and curtsied, "Many thanks, young master." Not daring to examine it carefully, she quickly put away her little flower umbrella. Guoziyan stared blankly at the blue dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand and asked, "Sixth young master, why is your artifact unharmed?" Even his little flower umbrella had almost been sucked away, yet the blue dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand was completely unaffected. How can a pile of scrap metal compare to this king's artifact? Yang Kai snorted. Although he said so, after Guoziyan's reminder, he discovered that his blue dragon spear was indeed not affected by the divine essence-fused light. It seemed that although the divine essence-fused light was amazing, it wasn't omnipotent. At the very least, an artifact on the level of the blue dragon spear could ignore the power of the divine essence-fused light. Guoziyan, Kai Xing, and the others heard this and were surprised to find that this sixth young master really didn't give them any face, but thinking about his majestic appearance just now, he did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Everyone from Thunder Light sect had fled, leaving only more than 100 incomplete corpses on the mountain. The rich smell of blood and the ground was filled with minced meat and broken limbs, demonstrating the fierce cruelty of the previous battle. Yang Kai ordered, "Clean up the battlefield." Guoziyan cupped his fists and said, "Yes." This time he sincerely obeyed. When he had been assigned to work under Yang Kai before, Guoziyan had only been following orders and didn't have much of an opinion of this sixth young master. After all, the other party was just from the Emperor realm while Guoziyan was already a second-order heaven-splitting master, so how could he be inferior to Yang Kai in the outside world? However, with orders from above, Guoziyan had no choice but to obey. No matter how he acted on the surface, Guoziyan was still a little unconvinced by Yang Kai. Chapter 40:15. But in today's battle, after witnessing Yang Kai's display of power, killing Bi Jian as if he were slaughtering pigs and dogs, and even forcing Old Man Zhu to retreat with a single strike, he couldn't help but sigh. How lucky was he to be able to follow such a powerful master? Not only him, but the dozen or so surviving disciples of Kai Xing also felt the same way. All of them stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of reverence. The scarlet flood dragon had chased after the thunder light sect and disappeared. Yang Kai couldn't summon it back, but he wasn't worried about its safety. Although it was seriously injured, it was still a monster beast after all, so its ability to recover was incredibly strong. As long as it could vent its anger, it should return. The dozen or so people began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the space rings of the Thunder Light Sect's disciples. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky. The artifacts that had been taken away by this divine essence-fused light had all been reduced to dust at this moment, demonstrating just how terrifying this divine essence-fused light was. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this divine essence-fused light was identical to the power transmitted from the divine essence-fused stones, but it was much denser and more condensed. The earth dragon swayed its huge body and flew towards Yang Kai, landing in front of him, its huge mandibles wriggling about. Its entire body was covered with bloody wounds, as if it had been slashed thousands of times. There was not a single place that was unscathed, and several places had almost been cut in half, exposing the squirming internal organs inside. Even the scarlet flood dragon wouldn't have been able to withstand such injuries. Compared to the injuries inflicted by the Thunder Light Sect's disciples, its injuries were much more serious, but as an earth dragon, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Even an ordinary earth dragon might be able to survive after being cut in half, let alone such a fierce beast. Therefore, although its injuries were more serious than the scarlet flood dragon's, its life was not in danger. However, the divine sense fluctuations it transmitted were full of grievance, like a child who had been beaten outside and had come back to complain. Yang Kai was both angry and amused, knowing that this guy had been drilling a hole in a nearby mountain and had drilled deep enough to draw out the divine essence-fused light. In a moment of carelessness, it had been injured by the divine essence-fused light, otherwise, it wouldn't have suffered such a fate. He casually threw a few healing pills and 2 dragon blood pills into its wriggling mouth. Only then did the earth dragon shut up. This origin magnet mountain actually has such abundant origin magnet divine light. Young master, there must be high-quality origin magnet divine stones underground. Yuhi said from the side. Yang Kai frowned and looked at her with disgust. Can you be more normal? The way she kept calling him young master made him feel very uncomfortable. He completely did not know what was wrong with Yuhi. A dignified 5th stage sky splitter was willing to lower himself. Yuhi faintly glanced at him and said with her beautiful eyes, once a young master, forever a young master. Yang Kai was speechless, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He pondered for a moment and said, what grade do you think this divine essence-fused light is? Yuhi answered without even thinking, 6th grade. Yang Kai gently nodded, feeling the same as he did. He sighed inwardly. If the grade of this divine essence-fused light was a bit higher, he could have activated his Dao seal to absorb it, taking the opportunity to condense metal attribute strength. After condensing earth attribute strength, it just happened to be metal attribute strength's turn. Unfortunately, this divine essence-fused light was still lacking, causing Yang Kai to sigh. But then again, precious treasures above the 7th grade were extremely rare. Being able to obtain the immortal tree, golden crow true fire, and dragon bead was already a stroke of good fortune, so how could it be so easy to find treasures above the 7th grade? All of this required opportunity and time. Young master, aren't you going to condense it? Yuhi asked. You know my ambition, so why ask when you already know the answer? Yang Kai lightly snorted. Yuhi sighed in her heart. She couldn't wait for Yang Kai to condense this 6th grade divine essence-fused light. This way, Yang Kai's foundation would be completely established and he would only be able to break through to the 6th stage splitting heaven in the future. Looking at the divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Although this thing couldn't help him condense metal attribute strength, if he had a suitable cultivation method, he could use it to cultivate a divine technique. Yang Kai had also witnessed the terrifying power of this divine essence-fused light with his own eyes. Even a great beast like the Earth Dragon couldn't withstand its destructive power and many of its artifacts had been directly taken away. If he could really use this divine essence-fused light to cultivate a divine technique, its power would be extraordinary. Unfortunately for him, Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Without cultivating the corresponding cultivation art, he couldn't use the divine essence-fused light to cultivate. Can you use this thing? Yong-kai asked. Yuhi shook her head. I can't. Obviously, she knew what Yong-kai was asking, so she quickly said, but you can find a way to collect it first and make plans later. Yong-kai nodded lightly. That's all I can do. Saying so, Yong-kai's figure flickered and he rushed over, arriving at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The hole dug by the earth dragon wasn't small, but the divine essence-fused light rushing out from the ground showed no signs of stopping, showing just how abundant this divine essence-fused light was. Yong-kai shook the good fortune bag, causing it to immediately expand and cover the hole tightly. The divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky disappeared in an instant and continued to pour into the good fortune bag. After observing for a while, Yong-kai relaxed and stood in place, waiting silently. He didn't know if the good fortune bag could withstand the power of the divine essence-fused light. What he did just now was just a test, but now it seemed that it would work. The good fortune bag could be big or small, and its internal space was extremely mysterious. Even the earth dragon could be stored inside, so collecting some divine essence-fused light was naturally not a problem. Guozian flew over, handed over a large pile of space rings, and said, "Sixth young master, this is everything we have." Yong-kai nodded lightly, collected all the space rings, and threw them into the small sealed world. He didn't have time to check them, so he would have to wait until he returned to Star City. Guozian glanced at the good fortune bag covering the hole and whispered, "Sixth master, do you want to send a message back?" "Why should we send a message back?" Yong-kai glanced at him. Guozian said, "The changes here will definitely attract a lot of people to investigate. Although Sixth Master's strength is unparalleled, there are too many people gathered in this divine essence-fused mountain. I'm afraid. You're afraid that 2 fists won't be enough to fight 4-hand." Guozian said, "That's just one reason. In addition, since there is divine essence-fused light here, there must be a lot of high-quality divine essence-fused stones at the foot of the mountain. We have too few people, so I'm afraid we will be at a disadvantage if we compete with others." Yong-kai said, "This place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Star City. It will be too late by the time you send a message back." Guozian thought about it and agreed. By the time he sent a message back and Kai-Shing sent reinforcements, the matter here would have already been settled. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste the effort. Cupping his fists, he said, "Sixth Master, if something really happens, you don't have to worry about us. This humble one will take good care of his subordinates." Yong-kai nodded. While the two were talking, many people were quickly approaching from afar. Obviously, they were alarmed by the divine essence-fused light and came to investigate. The first to arrive here was a group of more than a dozen people, led by a burly bald man with a fierce face and a fiendish appearance. Landing on the ground, he glanced at Yong-kai and Guozian, his eyes lingering on his beautiful figure for a moment before a greedy light flashed across his eyes. He wiped his mouth and said, "Boy, did you see the divine essence-fused light here?" Yong-kai calmly said, "I didn't see it." The burly man shouted angrily, "Nonsense, the divine essence-fused light is so obvious, how could you not see it? Are you blind?" Guozian led Kai-Shing's group of more than a dozen people to stand behind Yong-kai, looking at the burly bald man with pity. If this guy knew that this sixth master had just killed hundreds of Thunder Lightsex people, he probably wouldn't be so aggressive. A cultivator suddenly approached the burly bald man and whispered something to him before turning his eyes towards the 6 Unity Wish pouch. The burly bald man turned his head and stared at the 6 Unity Wish pouch before raising his finger and saying, "Boy, is this yours? Take it away, this father wants to check it." "You think I'll take it away just because you said so? Who do you think you are?" Yong-kai sneered. The burly bald man's expression became fierce when he heard this. "Boy, while this father is still talking to you, you better cooperate obediently, otherwise what?" Yong-kai looked at him indifferently and raised his hand, summoning the earth dragon, who was healing on the other mountain peak, to crawl over at an incredible speed, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. The short period of healing did not make its injuries much better, and it still looked very miserable. However, The Earth Dragon's fierce aura was still rushing towards them, and its squirming mouth was dripping with mucus. Its 300-meter-long body gave off a huge deterrent force. The burly bald man was instantly silenced, gulping as he stared at the Earth Dragon in a daze, his body involuntarily retreating, and the dozen people around him also looked terrified. Scram, or die. Yang Kai glared at them coldly. The burly bald man's face suddenly showed a look of humiliation, but he did not dare act up due to the Earth Dragon's aura, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Fortunately, at this moment, groups of cultivators flew over from all directions and landed nearby. In the blink of an eye, a dozen groups of several hundred people had gathered on this small mountain peak, and as time passed, even more cultivators were rushing over. The newcomers frowned. Although they knew that the divine essence-fused light would attract people nearby to investigate, there were too many people here, and from time to time, some of them were secretly communicating with each other. The burly bald man suddenly shouted, "There is divine essence-fused light under that bag, what are you waiting for?" While speaking, he hurriedly retreated, wanting to hide in the crowd. But how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? Staring at him, he sneered, "Kill him." The Earth Dragon behind him shot out like an arrow, its huge mouth aimed at the burly bald man. The burly bald man cried out in alarm, and then his vision went dark. When the Earth Dragon straightened up again, the burly bald man was nowhere to be seen. Not only him, but the dozen people around him also disappeared in an instant, leaving only a miserable scream coming from the Earth Dragon's chest and abdomen. Chapter 40:16. Everyone around was terrified when they saw this, and some even quietly retreated a few steps, trying to get as far away from the Earth Dragon as possible. In the great cosmological realm, heaven-opening realm cultivators could not exert too much power. This kind of ferocious beast was really difficult to deal with, and no one was willing to face it head-on. An old man looked at Yang Kai and frowned slightly. That person only said one sentence, "And little friend is so ruthless. Isn't it too much?" The old man's aura was steady and condensed, and his expression was dignified. He was obviously a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and there were many people behind him, about 30 of them. Someone recognized the old man and whispered, "It's the leader of the Orchid Flower Association, Hu Yi." Hundreds of thousands of people were swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss and entered the great cosmological realm. Other than the Thunder Light sect, the Crimson Star sect, and the Sword Pavilion sect, the scattered cultivators also knew the principle of huddling together for warmth. Thus, various large and small organizations were born. For example, Ding Yi raised his arms at the right time and established Di Tian. Another example was the Orchid Association, which was also established in the great cosmological realm. Most of the forces did not have a heaven-opening realm cultivator. After all, heaven-opening realm cultivators were not cabbages that could be seen everywhere. Only a few forces had heaven-opening realm cultivators. Although there were not many people in the Orchid Flower Association, Hu Yi himself was a third-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. His strength was not ordinary, and he could naturally convince everyone. "Elder Hu is right. This kid treats human lives like grass. He doesn't look like a good person," another young man said, looking at Yang Kai with an unfriendly gaze. The leader of the mysterious Cloud Association, Liao Yibai. Someone revealed the identity of the young man. Liao Yi and Bai Wei held their heads high with pride on their faces. "Young man, I advise you to take this bag away. Otherwise, it won't be easy to deal with if you offend everyone," another leader of a force said. With these three people speaking, the rest of the people were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Everyone had rushed over to check the situation after seeing the divine metamagnet light, but when they arrived, they did not see the divine metamagnet light. Originally, they were a little puzzled, but the shout of the bald man before his death reminded everyone. Although they didn't know what was so mysterious about the pouch, it was the most suspicious item in the entire mountain. It must have blocked the divine essence-fused light. How could they be willing to accept this? For a moment the crowd of heroes was enraged. Even though the Earth Dragon killed more than a dozen of the bald man's men, they still hurled insults at Yang Kai. Liao Yibai stared at the 6 directions Rui pouch greedily. A pouch that could block the origin magnet divine light was definitely extraordinary. Furthermore, this pouch could actually store the origin magnet divine light. If he could snatch this pouch, then this trip to the origin magnet mountain would not be in vain. With this thought in mind, Liao Yibai shouted angrily, "Brat, are you going to take this bag or not?" The noisy voices lingered in his ears, but Yang Kai remained calm. The threats were like a breeze in his ears. Hearing this, he turned his head and glanced at Liao Yibai. "So what if I take it, and so what if I don't?" Liao Yibai snorted coldly and said, "If you take it away, then everything will be fine. If you don't, then you will have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I'll wait and see." Liao Yibai was displeased. He turned to look at Hu Yi and said, "Old Hu, what do you say?" Hu Yi said solemnly, "Since this brat is so stubborn, then let's see what happens to him when he offends everyone." Liao Yibai laughed loudly, "That's exactly what I wanted. Amir the Emperor Realm dares to spout nonsense here. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants by relying on a beast? We might as well join forces to take down this beast first, then carefully teach him how to behave." "Agreed." Hu Yi nodded. Liao Yibai shook his hand and summoned a long spear. He pointed it at the earth dragon and shouted, "Kill." After saying this, he was the first to rush out and thrust his spear at the earth dragon. Although this spear was not as powerful as Yang Kai's black dragon spear, it was still extremely extraordinary. Following closely behind him, the members of the mysterious Cloud Society also rushed forward. As soon as he made his move, he immediately attracted the attacks of the 100 cultivators present, which rumbled as they attacked the Earth Dragon. In particular, the attacks of the Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators were the most ferocious. However, not everyone was attacking. Most of the cultivators present still maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After all, they had no enmity with Yang Kai before, so they were not willing to offend him so easily. The Earth Dragon was already injured by the divine essence-fused light and was in a miserable state. Now that it was hit by countless attacks, blood immediately splattered everywhere. Due to the pain, it spat out blood in all directions. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were affected by the mucus. They immediately let out miserable cries and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The mucus had an extremely strong corrosive power, and it instantly melted their flesh, revealing their white bones. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen people had died. Hu Yi, Liao Yibai, and the other Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators were all shocked. They had originally thought that the Earth Dragon was a pushover when they saw that it was riddled with wounds, but who would have thought that it would be so slippery? Many of the attacks that landed on its body did not hurt it at all. On the contrary, it was their own side that had suffered quite a few casualties. They really did not know how it had come to be so heavily injured. However, since they had already made their move, there was naturally no way for them to show mercy. The deaths of over a dozen people did not make the others retreat. Instead, it attracted even more attacks. Seeing this, Yu could not bear to watch and was about to make her move. Guo Ziyan and the others were also filled with righteous indignation. They all secretly circulated their strength, waiting for Yang Kai to give the order to charge forward. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop them, saying softly, "This guy won't die so easily." With that, the Earth Dragon shook its head and swung its tail, plunging into the ground. It directly drilled a large hole in the ground and disappeared without a trace. If it was at its peak, it would still be able to hold on for a while against the attacks of over 100 people, but now that it was heavily injured, how could it be a match for them? However, if it could not win, it would naturally flee. The Earth Dragon's instinct was to drill holes, and this caused everyone's attacks to miss, causing over a dozen people to die for nothing. Looking at the large hole in the ground, no one dared to chase after it, and they could not help but be stunned. A figure flickered in the crowd, and it turned out to be Liao Yibai, pouncing towards the 6 Harmonies wish pouch. He grabbed the spear in one hand and the wish pouch in the other, an excited expression on his face. Seeing that the wish pouch was constantly vibrating, It was clear that it had already collected quite a bit of divine origin magnetism light. Liao Yibai secretly made up his mind to steal this pouch and immediately flee. He could not be bothered with the rest. This pouch was a treasure, and so was the divine origin magnetism light he had collected. Although his actions were quick, they could not escape the observation of the heaven-opening realm cultivators. Seeing this, they all cursed at this guy for being so quick to act. They all used their secret techniques and movement skills to follow behind Liao Yibai. In front of the wish pouch, the void trembled as a figure appeared like a ghost. Liao Yibai, who was at the very front, looked up and saw that it was that stubborn brat from the Emperor realm. He immediately roared, "Those who block me will die." As soon as he said this, he raised his spear and stabbed out with peerless might. If it really was just an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor realm, facing such a spear, they would have no choice but to dodge, but Yang Kai clearly had no intention of dodging. "You use a spear. We're on the same side." Yang Kai smiled at Liao Yibai and reached out with his hand, grabbing the black dragon spear. He casually flicked the spear and also stabbed out. This attack was extremely simple, without any fancy moves. Seeing this, Liao Yibai was furious. A mere cultivator from the Emperor realm dared to overestimate himself. From another point of view, this guy did not put him in his eyes at all. Otherwise, how could he so boldly stab out with his spear? In his fury, Liao Yibai's strength surged and poured into his spear, wanting to kill Yang Kai on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the two spears collided and a violent force swept out. Liao Yibai, who was originally full of confidence, widened his eyes and his pupils were instantly filled with shock. With a series of cracking sounds, under everyone's gaze, the spear in Liao Yibai's hand shattered inch by inch, sending fragments flying everywhere. Immediately after, Liao Yibai's charging figure suddenly froze in mid-air as he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Looking down, Liao Yibai saw a spear piercing through his chest all the way to his back. Every beat of his heart made him feel like he was convulsing. Unable to help gulping, Liao Yibai looked up at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You're not good enough." Yang Kai's nostrils flared as he looked at him with an arrogant expression. Liao Yibai opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but how could Yang Kai give him a chance? With a shake of the black dragon spear, a powerful force swept out and with a bang, Liao Yibai's body exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Yang Kai raised his hand and took Liao Yibai's space ring into his hand, putting it away without even looking at it. Everyone was silent. Everyone stared dumbstruck at Yang Kai, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Those heaven-opening masters who had followed behind Liao Yibai and were preparing to snatch the Rui bag felt a chill run down their spines as they froze in place. How could they dare step forward? None of them dared to believe what they had just seen. A heaven-opening master had been blown apart by the Emperor Realm's spear. Even his artifact had not been preserved. Was this young man really from the Emperor Realm? He couldn't be a high-grade heaven-opening in disguise, right? But under the perception of his divine sense, Yang Kai truly did not have the aura of a heaven-opening master. Instead, the traces of the Emperor Realm were extremely obvious. Guoziyan sneered inwardly. A group of motley crew wanting to become enemies with the sixth manager? They were truly overestimating themselves. Previously, several hundred people from Thunder Light Sect had joined forces and still been scared witless. Even Bi Jian, a fourth-grade heaven-opening master, had died on the spot, let alone these pieces of trash. It was undeniable that before today, he had never imagined that someone from the Emperor Realm could possess such terrifying combat strength. Everything he had seen today had completely overturned his understanding, but the hot-bloodedness in his heart told him that compared to Yang Kai and Poison Lady, he was more willing to serve under Yang Kai. Being able to follow such a leader was not an opportunity that just anyone could have. Hu Yi's eyes twitched as he stared at Yang Kai and then at the black dragon spear in his hand, asking in a hoarse voice, "What did you do?" In that instant of confrontation just now, none of them had been able to clearly see what had happened. They had only seen Liao Yibai, who had been charging at the front, suddenly stop and then explode. Everything had happened too quickly. Chapter 4017. I just killed a piece of trash. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one hand, giving off the aura of a single man holding back 10,000 enemies, coldly sweeping his eyes forward. Who wants to die? No one dared to move. With Liao Yibai's example, he had been killed in a single exchange, so who among the remaining heaven-opening cultivators dared to act rashly? At the very least, no one dared to casually provoke this spear-wielding youth before figuring out his true strength. They all felt very sullen in their hearts. This despicable great cosmological realm, this despicable great cosmological fog. If not for this, how could a mere the Emperor realm be placed in their eyes? They would still be able to casually crush it. The members of the Orchid Association were both angry and sorrowful. Their leader had been killed in front of them and called trash, but they did not even have the strength to take revenge. There were hundreds of people on the mountain, but at this moment, it was completely silent. Only the sound of the Rui Six Directions pouch could be heard. Yang Kai could sense that the divine origin magnet light pouring out of the ground was pouring into the Rui pouch, filling up the space inside. At this moment, it was almost half full. Yang Kai did not know if it could fill up the Rui pouch, but he was looking forward to it. In this strange silence, with a loud bang, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The earth dragon that had drilled into the ground before suddenly stuck its head out, its mouth wriggling as it swallowed a few unaware cultivators into its belly before retracting back in like lightning. This guy had been beaten up miserably by this group of people and had hidden underground, but now it had come out to stir up trouble. It was clearly holding a grudge. Everyone was shocked and used their movement techniques to rush into the sky. The few heaven-splitting cultivators looked at each other in dismay, their divine senses shuttling back and forth. Even though they knew that there was divine origin magnet light under the pouch, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly, feeling depressed. Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the distant sky. There was a dense sword light coming from the west. The leading sword lights were imposing as they pierced through the heavens and earth. Hundreds of li away, the sword intent had already swept through the universe. Sensing this awe-inspiring sword intent, everyone couldn't help but look over. After seeing the situation, the eyes of Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening experts all lit up. Sword Pavilion's people are here. Guozian's expression changed as he hurriedly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and nodded slightly. Originally, there were three major forces in the Star City. One was the Thunder Light sect, the second was the Crimson Star sect, and the third was the Sword Pavilion. In terms of numbers, Jiang had the least number of people, while Lei Guang and Kai Xing were almost the same. However, in terms of strength, Jiang, who had the least number of people, was the strongest. Previously, in the Star Market, Jiang controlled almost half of the shops, and the remaining half was divided between Kai Xing and Lei Guang. This showed the strength of Jiang. The three major forces of Star City had been fighting with each other all year round. Thus, Guozian immediately recognized the identities of those people when he saw the sword lights that covered the sky. The people of Jiang all cultivated the sword, and their killing intent was strong. Their battle techniques were unparalleled, and they were famous in the Star Market. Unless they had no other choice, no one was willing to clash with the people of Jiang. Yang Kai had forced his way into Kai Xing and had fought with the people of Lei Guang before, but he had never had any conflicts or interactions with the people of Jiang. However, news of Yuan-Ci Mountain had spread far and wide, so it was natural that the people of Jiang would come to investigate. After all, people from Kai Xing and Lei Guang had come. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening experts discussed something and all of them went to greet the people of Jiang. As the sword lights flashed, a number of figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Leading them was a big man with red hair and beard. He was bare-chested and had a dignified expression. Behind him was a woman in palace robes and a young man. The three of them all had the aura of the heaven-opening realm, and they were clearly heaven-opening experts. Their sword intent soared to the heavens, and the red-haired man in the lead was the most obvious. Just by standing there, he seemed like a peerless divine sword that had been born. The woman in palace robes was nothing special, but she was extremely beautiful. Her chest was high, her skin was white, her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. Her hair was casually tied into a woman's bun. On the other hand, the young man's eyes shone like fire and he carried a blue sword on his back. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look very handsome. Guozian was afraid that young Kai didn't know how powerful these three people were and hurriedly said, "Sixth head, those three are the leaders of Jiang'e. The red-haired man is Zhong Fan, a fifth-stage heaven-opening cultivator, the woman is Lu Shui, a fourth-stage heaven-opening cultivator, and the young man is Luo Qingyun, also a fourth-stage heaven-opening cultivator." Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard, but he was a little surprised in his heart. Zhong Fan was actually a fifth-stage heaven-opening cultivator, so wouldn't he be on par with Kai Xing's first head? Yang Kai didn't know what rank Zhong Fan was in Jiang'e. A fifth-stage heaven-opening cultivator was already considered a tyrant in the 3,000 worlds. It was enough to occupy a part of the spirit province and establish a sect. Even in the blessed enclave, such a person would have a seat. Hu Yi and the others greeted them and said something to Zhong Fan. From time to time, Zhong Fan would look towards Yang Kai with fiery eyes full of aggression. After a while, Zhong Fan nodded slightly and flew towards the mountain top, followed by the people of Jiang'e. There weren't many people from Jiang'e this time, only a few dozen, but when these people gathered together, they gave off a silent pressure. The sword intent lingering around them made everyone on the mountain top involuntarily stay away from them, lest they be injured by the sword intent. Is there really divine essence-fused light under this bag? Zhong Fan glanced at Yang Kai and didn't take it seriously, turning his head to look at the wish pouch. Hu Yi stepped forward and said, "No one saw it, but the divine essence-fused light did appear here, so this bag is the most suspicious. Since you think it's suspicious, why don't you take it away and investigate?" Zhong Fan's question embarrassed Hu Yi and the others. Who didn't want to take it away to investigate? However, Liao Yibai, the leader of the mysterious Cloud Association, had died tragically on the spot, so who would want to follow in his footsteps? If it weren't for Jiang'e's sword lights, they wouldn't know what to do now. Seeing that no one answered, Zhong Fan knew that they had suffered a loss. After all, the bloodstains and dismembered corpses on the ground had explained everything, so he couldn't help but snort lightly. Chen Qingyun looked at the wish pouch with shining eyes and chuckled, "This pouch is a treasure." He turned to look at Yang Kai and said with a warm expression, "Friend, your pouch?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes. This pouch is good, are you willing to part with it?" Chen Qingyun asked. "Not for sale." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't refuse so quickly, listen to the price before deciding. No matter what price you offer, this pouch is not for sale." Chen Qingyun shrugged and said, "Since that's the case, then forget it. I hope you won't regret it later." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Qingyun turned into a sword light and pounced at the wish pouch like a bolt of lightning. Courting death. Yang Kai was furious. Under the urging of the space principles, the space within a radius of 300 meters around him instantly became incomparably viscous. Chen Qingyun's surprised voice came from the sword light. Obviously, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so amazing. The change in space actually made it difficult for him to move. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already thrust his spear straight at the sword light. With a sword cry, the sword on Chen Qingyun's back was unsheathed. In an instant, sword chi filled the air and sword intent soared into the sky. No one was able to clearly see what had happened. All they heard was a series of ding-ding-dang-dang-dang sounds as sparks flew in all directions. Chen Qingyun was sent flying back while Yang Kai held his spear in front of the scepter bag, his face filled with anger. This exchange was so quick that it was dazzling, and no one knew who won or lost. However, judging from the expressions of Yang Kai and Luo Qingyun should have suffered a small loss. At this moment, he lowered his head and stared at his sword, and a trace of pain flashed in the depths of his eyes. The sword's brilliance was dim, and it was obviously damaged in the exchange just now. Zhong Fan's pupils constricted, Lu Shui was indescribably surprised, and Hu Yi and the others were ashen. Even Chen Qingyun, who was at the fourth stage of the Split the Heavens, was unable to do anything to Yang Kai and even suffered a small loss. Liao Yibai, who was at the third stage of the Split the Heavens, didn't die in vain. "Kid, you dared to damage the spirit of my sword." Chen Qingyun suddenly raised his head and revealed a savage expression. That short exchange had actually caused the spirit of his sword to suffer damage. Even though it wasn't too serious, it was sufficient to make his heart ache, and it would at least take a few months of recuperation before it could recover. You dare to be arrogant with trash? I'll kill you if you dare come over again. Yang Kai placed the black dragon spear forward and spoke with a ghastly voice. Earlier, this fellow had a dignified appearance, yet he truly never expected that this fellow would launch a surprise attack and almost seize the wish pouch. Even though the wish pouch was refined by him and wasn't impossible to seize back, if it really happened, then it would definitely spoil his grand plan of obtaining the origin disruption divine light. Junior, you have some ability. No wonder you're so arrogant. Zhong Fan's expression darkened as he took a step forward, releasing an imposing aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas as he said in a cold voice, but by doing this, are you trying to make an enemy of my sword pavilion? Yang Kai acted as if he hadn't heard a single word and simply turned a deaf ear to him as he said coldly, this king is Kaixing's 6th manager, and you are just a leader of Sword Pavilion. In terms of status, we are on equal footing, so don't call me a junior. Moreover, even if I become an enemy of your Sword Pavilion, so what? As soon as these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Hu Yi and the others stared at Yang Kai with dumbfounded expressions, all of them thinking that this person had gone mad. A mere Emperor Realm Master dared to act so arrogantly in front of Zhong Fan? Did he not know how to write the word death? Zhong Fan was a 5th stage heaven splitter and was even more proficient in the sword Dao. The number of people he had killed in his life was probably more than what this kid had ever seen, yet he still had the guts to provoke him like this. Chen Qingyun couldn't be bothered to get angry anymore and turned to look at Lu Shui. Is this boy stupid? Lu Shui's expression was cold, but her voice was very gentle, or he has something to rely on. Good. Zhong Fan shouted, it's been a long time since I've seen such a courageous boy. In that case, this king will teach you the consequences of becoming an enemy of my sword pavilion. Chapter 4018. As soon as Zhong Fan finished speaking, a blazing flame suddenly engulfed his entire body. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique he was cultivating, but it was actually so blazing and violent. With a raise of his hand, a wide long sword appeared in his hand. At first glance, this long sword looked somewhat similar to the myriad sword that Yang Kai had once used. They were both heavy swords that had no sharp edges, and were extremely crafty. However, the grade of this sword was clearly much higher than the myriad sword. As soon as the sword was drawn, Zhong Fan's entire aura suddenly changed. The blazing flames coiled around the sword like a spirit snake, causing the temperature of the entire mountain to rise sharply. Hu Yi and the others looked excited, and they were secretly delighted. Previously, they were frightened by Yang Kai's aura, and now that they saw Zhong Fan make a move, they were naturally looking forward to it. However, at this moment, a series of shouts suddenly came from afar. Di Tian, your might is boundless. Following the orderly shouts, an overwhelming number of rays of light flew over from afar. As they flew, they shouted, as if they were afraid that no one would know that they were here. Everyone looked in that direction with strange expressions, and the tense atmosphere suddenly froze. However, after seeing the number of people, many people's expressions changed slightly. Even the 3 leaders of the Sword Pavilion couldn't help but shiver. There was no other reason. There were simply too many people coming down, covering the sky and covering the earth. At first glance, there were at least 700 to 800 people, or even over 1,000 people. There were only 1,000 people gathered on the mountaintop, and the number of people coming down was almost the sum of all the people here. The leader was a young man with an arrogant expression. He carried a large blade with a ghost head on his shoulder, and his nose was pointed at the sky. Before he arrived, his voice had already come from afar. Di Tian is handling a matter, all unrelated people should retreat. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and his expression was slightly strange. Ding Yi was truly a vengeful ghost that refused to disperse. He could be seen everywhere. It could be seen that this guy had been living quite well recently, and had gathered a lot of people under him. His confidence had once again exploded. Ding Yi's words were a little too big, so naturally, they were not pleasing to the eyes. Many people had unpleasant expressions, and Zhong Fan even snorted coldly. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 people from Di Tian sect had already arrived. Ding Yi stopped in his tracks, and the 1,000 people from Di Tian sect also stopped behind him. They neatly arranged themselves into several square formations, and at first glance, they seemed to be well trained. The 1,000 people behind them made Ding Yi stand out like a crane among chickens, giving off an extraordinary aura. However, there were no heaven-opening realm cultivators in their group. After all, Di Tian was established with Di Zun as the heavens, so they naturally wouldn't take in heaven-opening realm cultivators. Ding Yi took out his saber and poked it in the air in front of him. He looked down and said casually, "I heard that a heaven-opening realm cultivator is bullying the Emperor realm? If this were the outside world, how would he dare to spout such nonsense in front of a heaven-opening realm master? He would most likely have bowed his head and groveled. It was only in the special environment of the great cosmological realm that he could spout such arrogant words. He also enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, and the illusion of being in control of everything made him extremely infatuated. "Brothers, what do you think we should do?" Ding Yi shouted with his saber. Di Tian, your might is boundless." Di Tian's people shouted in unison. Ding Yi grinned. "That's right. Which friend down there is being bullied? Don't be afraid, since I'm here, I'll ensure your safety." Zhong Fan turned his head and said, "Who's this guy?" The woman in palace attire, Lu Shui, stepped forward and whispered a few words to Zhong Fan. Zhong Fan nodded slightly. Only then did he know that this Di Tian had been in the limelight recently. He wandered around with the name of Di Zun as the heavens, and attracted many people to join him. It was said that at its peak, there were 5,000 people. It was unknown why only 1,000 people had come this time. As Zhong Fan spoke, Ding Yi also saw Yang Kai. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "It's you. We meet again." Yang Kai grinned at him. Ding Yi's expression was strange as he hesitated. After killing his way out of the beast tide, Ding Yi had led his people to a mountain valley and happened to run into Yang Kai and the others who were resting there. They had some unpleasant experiences, and he had almost been killed by Yang Kai. After surviving with great difficulty, he had passed down an order that if they met Yang Kai in the future, they were not to clash with him. He had never expected to see this guy again today. Thinking of Yang Kai's burning palms and the miserable state of the people he had killed, even though it had been several months, Ding Yi couldn't help but feel apprehensive. However, he had led 1,000 people here today, so if he wanted to take revenge, it wasn't impossible. After pondering for a moment, Ding Yi seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "Since there is a heaven-opening realm master here today, this Ding won't bicker with you about the enmity of that day. Come here quickly. Since this Ding said he would ensure your safety, he won't let you suffer any harm." In front of this Ding, a heaven-opening realm cultivator won't be able to bully an emperor. It was unknown what he had encountered in the past for him to treat a heaven-opening realm cultivator with such hatred, not even wanting to pursue the enmity he had with Yang Kai and instead wanting to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed when he heard this, finding this fellow's foolishness to be somewhat cute. He smiled faintly and said, "No need, I'll stand here and see who dares to touch me." Ding Yi was stunned, but he immediately gave him a thumbs up. "You've got guts. This Ding admires people with guts like you the most. I'm definitely going to befriend you." Holding his blade in front of him, he glared at Zhong Fan and the other heaven-opening realm cultivators. "Scram, or I'll kill without mercy." These words were not small, but it was unknown whether these 1,000 people had the ability to do so. However, even though they were facing an enemy several dozen times their size, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion did not show the slightest fear, instead looking coldly at Di Tian's group. Zhong Fan sneered at Ding Yi. "A frog in a well dares to boast shamelessly? Who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly in front of us heaven-opening realm cultivators? So what if you're a heaven-opening realm cultivator?" Ding Yi did not put him in his eyes at all. "It's not like I haven't killed a heaven-opening realm cultivator recently. Even if my head is smashed, I'll still die." Zhong Fan's face sank. "Junior, Are you determined to get involved in this mess? Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, sword formation. With a series of shungjung sounds, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out. The several dozen people from Sword Pavilion, with the 3 heaven-opening realm cultivators at the lead, suddenly linked their auras together. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the sword intent was dense. Kai 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 sounds rang out incessantly, and even the space around them became unstable. Junior, die! Zhong Fan roared angrily, his entire body transforming into a ray of sword light as he rushed forward. Following closely behind him, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion also used their secret techniques. In an instant, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion set up a sword array, which transformed into a shocking sword that slashed towards Ding Yi. Ding Yi was shocked, and as he retreated, he waved his blade and shouted, "Kill!" The thousands of people behind him no longer hesitated, and they all used their secret techniques and secret treasures to attack the people from Sword Pavilion. With a series of rumbling sounds, the sky changed color, the earth shook, and the Yuan Qi was in chaos. The shocking sword flashed wildly, but its momentum did not decrease as it slashed into Di Tian's group. Miserable screams instantly rang out, and with just a single strike, more than 10 people from Di Tian were killed or injured, and they fell from the sky like dumplings. The sword danced, and there was no harm in it being held by a formless hand. It killed in and out of Di Tian's group, and no one could stop it. Ding Yi roared incessantly, but Di Tian's group was originally from the Emperor realm, and their strength was not too high. With the help of the array, how could they be a match for Di Tian's group even though they had the advantage in numbers? People were constantly being killed on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. Ding Yi's eyes turned red as he watched. He was not careless, and he took the lead, not fearing death. However, the difference in strength was not something that could be made up for by numbers. It was impossible to defeat Sword Pavilion's sword array without sacrificing a few hundred people. And Di Tian's group did not know if they could hold on until then. "Aren't you going to help? He has provoked such a strong enemy for you." Yuhi moved closer to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai looked at the battle in the sky, then looked at Hu Yi and the others, who were ready to make a move, and said, "I can't leave. If he left, he would not be able to keep the wish pouch." Yuhi curled her lips and said, "What a heartless man." Yang Kai sneered, "Ding Yi has his own plans. Did he really think that he was just standing up for me? If he could defeat Sword Pavilion's group, Di Tian's name would definitely spread far and wide. When that time came, would he be afraid that no one would want to join him? However, even so, Ding Yi had indeed helped him a little this time. Otherwise, he would definitely have to go against Sword Pavilion's group. Looking at the power of the sword array, it would take some effort for him to take it down. Hence, Yang Kai did not intend to watch from the sidelines. It was just that the time was not right. The battle continued. When everyone saw how powerful Sword Pavilion's group was, they could not help but be dazed. With such a powerful sword array, who could be a match for Sword Pavilion? In just half a cup of tea's time, Di Tian had already suffered more than 100 casualties. On the other hand, Sword Pavilion's group was completely unscathed. The shocking sword array was still powerful, and it swept through Di Tian's group. Those from the Emperor realm who came into contact with it were either injured or killed. Ding Yi ran around and shouted, and finally stabilized the situation, reducing Di Tian's losses. The battle began. No matter what the reason was, both sides were in a killing frenzy. Only when one side was completely defeated would it end. After another incense stick's worth of time, Ding Yi grunted and retreated explosively. A 1-foot-long wound appeared on his chest, and he was almost killed on the spot. He hurriedly circulated his Emperor Qi to suppress his injury, but sword intent permeated the wound, causing him great pain. At this moment, Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "Tell your people to put away the secret treasure." Ding Yi was stunned. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and saw him staring at him from afar. Although he did not know what Yang Kai meant by this, Ding Yi only pondered for a moment before he shouted, "Put away the secret treasure." After saying this, he took the lead and put away his ghost head saber. Although the leader had spoken, Di Tian's group still acted differently. From this, it could be seen how lax their discipline was. If Zhong Fan had said the same thing, Sword Pavilion's group would have immediately obeyed. However, Yang Kai did not care so much. He could sense that the space in the wish pouch was already filled with divine essence-fused light, and it would soon reach its limit. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.